end to external actors feeding these wars. We must put an end to arms supplies. It is time to take action and to implement peace and reconciliation processes.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
la vie d'un enfant
the life of a child
dans une école bombardée et précieuse
in a school
en Ukraine,
that was bombed
à Gaza
is
et partout dans le
valuable.
monde.
In Ukraine and
La
Gaza,
dignité
everywhere.
bafouée d'une femme violée
The dignity
et sacrée
of
en
a
temps de
woman
guerre comme en temps de paix,
who's been raped,
au Soudan, en Ukraine,
her
partout dans le
besmirched
monde.
dignity is sacred
Privée de
in
nourriture,
times of war and
une
peace in Sudan
population
and Ukraine
entière
elsewhere.
est un crime de guerre.
Depriving
En Ukraine,
an
à
entire
Gaza,
people of food
au
is a
Soudan
crime
ou
of war.
ailleurs.
In Ukraine
Un
and
crime
Gaza, in Sudan
est un
and
crime,
elsewhere.
quel
A
que soit
crime is a
l'auteur
crime,
et
regardless
quel que soit le
of
lieu.
who the perpetrators are
Et notre
or where the
indignation,
crime is committed.
pour être sincère, doit être
And
universelle.
our indignation
L'Union
can
européenne
only be
défend
genuine if it is
avec la même
universal.
vigueur le droit international
The European
humanitaire
Union
partout
defends
et toujours. Nous condamnons
international
les
law
actes de
equally
déstabilisation,
across the
quels qu'en soient
board,
les auteurs.
everywhere. We
Je
condemn
pense
all
à
acts
l'Iran,
geared towards
qui, au
destabilization,
travers de
regardless
proxy,
of who the perpetrators are.
soutient des initiatives
Here I'm
qui
referring
ravagent et
to
fragilisent le
Iran,
Moyen-Orient.
which is using
Je pense
proxies
aussi
to
au
feed
soutien militaire de
and
l'Iran à
conflicts
la
in the
guerre
Middle
menée
East.
par la Russie contre l'Ukraine.
It's
Et,
thanks
mesdames et
to
messieurs,
Iran's military
un
support
constat
and
saute aux yeux.
Russia's war
Iran
in
comme
Ukraine that
Russie
this is happening.
pratique
We
les
must take
mêmes
stock of the
recettes.
situation.
Menaces
Iran and
nucléaires,
Russia are using the
ambitions
very same
impérialistes
playbook.
teintées de
The nuclear
nostalgie
threat,
et soutien
imperialist
à des groupes
ambitions,
terroristes sans foi
support
ni loi
for
pour
terrorist
déstabiliser
groups,
le
godless and
voisinage
lawless
et au-delà.
terrorist groups, and all of this is
Excellences,
destabilizing neighboring
Mesdames et
countries
messieurs,
and the rest
la
of the world.
création
Excellencies,
des
ladies and
Nations
gentlemen,
Unies et du
the establishment of
système
the United
international
Nations
fondé
and
sur
the
des
international
règles
system
fut
underpinned by
une avancée
rules
remarquable.
was a remarkable step
Revenir en
forward.
arrière, c'est revenir à la guerre. Et plus
Going
que jamais
backwards
depuis
means
1945,
going back to
le
a time
monde
of war.
est bousculé par un cocktail
More than ever since
explosif de chocs
1945,
qui
our
s'additionne et
world is
s'accélère.
being hard hit by an explosive
La troisième
conflict,
guerre mondiale
an
est
explosive
possible
cocktail of shocks.
et il est urgent de retrouver
They're
nos
piling
esprits.
up. They're
Cela
speeding
exige
up.
de la coopération,
We must get our
cela
bearings.
exige
This
du
requires
courage, les
cooperation
règles
and
communes doivent
courage.
être
We
respectées
need
et
common
pour
laws
cela,
which are
le
respected
Conseil
by
de
all.
sécurité doit se
To this
libérer
end, the
du
Security
joug
Council
paralysant que
must
devient
throw
le
off
droit
the
de
yoke
veto dans sa forme
of
actuelle.
the
Ce
veto
Conseil n'est
which
pas
paralyzes it.
représentatif, il
The
est peu
Security Council
légitime,
isn't
il est
representative
inopérant.
nor
Le Conseil
legitimate.
de
It's
sécurité
ineffective.
est
The
de plus en
Security
plus
Council
un
is
mort vivant.
increasingly stillborn,
En juin 1945,
like a zombie.
lors de l'adoption de la Charte des Nations Unies, le président
In June
Truman avait déclaré que
1945,
cette charte serait élargie,
when the UN Charter
améliorée
was
au fil du
adopted,
temps.
President Truman said that
L'évolution
this
des
charter will be
conditions,
expanded and
disait-il,
improved over
nécessitera des
time.
ajustements. Les décennies ont passé,
It will require
le monde
adjustments.
a changé, les
Decades
ajustements
have
n'ont
gone
pas
by.
eu lieu et pourtant,
No
il faut
readjustments were made.
réformer le Conseil
And
de
yet we must
sécurité, le
reform the
rendre
Security
plus
Council.
inclusif.
It must become
L'Afrique,
more
et
inclusive.
selon moi, l'Amérique latine
Africa
notamment,
and,
doivent
the way I
disposer
see
de
it,
sièges permanents
Latin America
et les
should
organisations
have permanent
régionales
seats.
doivent être davantage
Furthermore,
intégrées
regional
au processus de
organizations
décision des Nations
must be
Unies, y
incorporated
compris, je le
further into
propose,
UN
en donnant une voix
decision-making.
consultative systématique
Furthermore, they should
à
have
ces organisations
an
régionales
advisory
au sein
role
du
to
Conseil de
play
sécurité.
in the Security Council,
Mesdames
regional
et
organizations,
messieurs,
that is.
Il n'y a pas de liberté
Ladies
quand
and
les
gentlemen,
sécheresses dévastent nos
there
cultures.
cannot be
Il n'y a pas
cannot
de
be any
liberté
freedom
quand des
when
inondations
drought
ravagent nos maisons, quand des
eats away
ouragans
crops.
détruisent nos foyers.
We cannot
Il n'y a pas de
have
liberté
freedom when
quand
there are
nos enfants n'ont pas
terrible
accès aux
hurricanes
vaccins,
tearing
aux
down
médicaments,
houses,
n'ont pas accès à
when
l'école.
there are pandemics and
Réchauffement
some do not
climatique
have access
et
to
pandémie
medicines or
nous ouvre
vaccines.
les yeux sur l'exigence de solidarité.
We must open our
Et ce n'est
eyes
pas simplement une
and
question
live up to the
morale,
solidarity
de
that's
dignité,
required
de
of us.
générosité.
It's not just about
C'est
dignity,
aussi l'intérêt des
morals,
pays développés
or
de
solidarity.
soutenir
It's in
les
the interest
transitions
of developed
climatiques et
countries
le
to
développement.
support the green
Les aider,
transition
ces pays
as
en
well as
développement, à
development,
renforcer les
helping
systèmes de
developing
santé.
countries
C'est dans cet
to
esprit
buttress their health
que Dr Tedros,
systems.
nous avons
And it is
lancé
in that spirit
l'idée d'un
that Dr.
traité
Tedros
international sur les pandémies.
put forth the
Les
idea of an
négociations
international
ont bien
treaty on
avancé,
pandemics.
mais il est
We've
maintenant
made a
temps de
great deal of
conclure.
headway
Le Mpox est un nouveau
on
signal
these
d'alarme qui nous
negotiations,
ouvre les yeux.
but it's now
Et il n'est pas
time
acceptable
to
que des lobbies,
finalize
des
the agreement.
égoïsmes barrent le chemin à un
Mpox has set
partage
alarm bells
équitable
off
des
once
technologies
again.
vaccinales et des médicaments.
However, it's unacceptable
Mesdames et
for
messieurs,
lobbies and
il n'y a
egotistical
pas non
behavior
plus de
to
liberté
block
dans un monde
the road to
où
sharing
chaque
of vaccines
individu
and vaccine
est
technologies.
réduit à ses
Distinguished
données
colleagues,
personnelles,
there
à
cannot
une cible
be freedom in a
commerciale
world when each
ou à
individual
une cible
can
à
be boiled
surveiller,
down to his or
voire à
her
manipuler.
data,
La révolution numérique
to a commercial
et son produit
target
phare,
that
l'intelligence
can be
artificielle,
surveilled
est bien sûr un
and
moteur
manipulated.
extraordinaire
The
de
digital
progrès. C'est un
resolution
nouveau
is
carburant
of
pour la
course
prospérité,
a driver, an extraordinary driver of progress, specifically artificial intelligence. It's a new driver of prosperity. However, it must be harnessed for the benefit of humanity and freedom. We shouldn't commit the error, unless we've already committed it, of
les données et l'intelligence artificielle sont des instruments de pouvoir, peut-être même d'asservissement économique et politique. Ils deviennent des armes de guerre. Nous devons donc encadrer ces progrès à l'échelle globale. Et soutenons les efforts secrétaires des Nations Unies pour y travailler dans le cadre de cette enceinte. La compétition technologique est saine parce qu'elle favorise le progrès. Elle doit
Technological competition is healthy, it promotes progress, but it must be something that occurs within a framework which we all agree to, rules of the game and fair competition. We need a global dialogue within the G7, but also together with the rest of the world, Africa, Latin America, Asia. We are going to
dont nous combattons les idées et parfois même les comportements.
We're also going to work with
La Chine
those whose
est un
ideas
acteur
and sometimes
indispensable
whose behaviors
pour relever les
we do
grands
not agree
défis
with.
mondiaux et
China
l'Union européenne entend rééquilibrer ses relations économiques avec la Chine en réduisant les risques, en diversifiant nos chaînes d'approvisionnement, car les dépendances excessives, nous le savons, ouvrent la voie à des vulnérabilités et donc à des conflits. Nous demandons aussi à la Chine de ne pas soutenir la Russie, ni directement ni indirectement dans sa guerre illégale contre l'Ukraine, mais plutôt d'user de son influence afin de faire respecter la Charte des Nations Unies. Mesdames et messieurs, l'architecture financière internationale doit réduire les inégalités et pas les amplifier. Quand un paysan kényan n'a pas accès à un microcrédit à des taux abordables, ce n'est pas un détail, c'est un enjeu de développement global. Parce que le développement mondial est sous-financé, l'écart entre les besoins en investissement et les ressources financières disponibles est gigantesque et le système de Bretton Woods doit profondément changer. La puissance de feu financière doit être multipliée à la hauteur des besoins des populations pour faire reculer la menace climatique et pour faire avancer la prospérité. Les pays créditeurs doivent être plus courageux pour restructurer les dettes et réallouer les droits de tirage spéciaux. La solidarité, ce n'est pas seulement le transfert de moyens financiers ou technologiques, ce sont aussi des efforts de gouvernance, améliorer l'environnement des affaires, renforcer la sécurité juridique, mobiliser les ressources propres des pays en développement, comme l'a dit avec franchise Mo Ibrahim. Si l'aide économique et l'assistance à l'Afrique sont louables, nous devons changer la façon, dit-il, dont les pays sont gérés. Et je le précise, cela vaut aussi pour les pays développés. Mesdames et messieurs, je souhaite conclure ce 10e discours à cette tribune par quelques convictions personnelles. La première conviction, les 2 poids 2 mesures, c'est le poison contemporain des relations internationales. Quand nous défendons la dignité humaine, la souveraineté territoriale, les élections honnêtes, libres et transparentes, nous devons les défendre et les protéger partout et toujours. Et chacun probablement avec humilité doit se regarder dans le miroir. Nous sommes tous les gardiens de nos histoires, de nos cultures, de nos traditions et probablement aussi de nos erreurs respectives. Chacun doit tirer ses leçons avec modestie pour s'efforcer de devenir meilleur. L'Europe peut-être parfois est maladroite, mais toujours agit sincèrement et de bonne foi pour que la liberté et les droits humains soient respectés. Deuxième point, nous devons résolument rejeter la confrontation bipolaire et agir avec force pour un monde multipolaire dans un cadre multilatéral où chaque pays ou groupe de pays choisit sa voie pour prospérer et où tous coopèrent en suivant des règles décidées ensemble. Et résistons aux pressions pour choisir un camp contre l'autre dans la confrontation bipolaire qui ne peut que mener au pire. Enfin, ma troisième conviction, je crois profondément à la coopération entre les organisations régionales et le rapport substantiel pour les Nations Unies. L'Union européenne s'est investie ces 5 dernières années dans le développement de partenariats avec l'Union africaine, les pays d'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes dans le cadre du CELAC, avec l'ASEAN, avec le Conseil de coopération des pays du Golfe, avec les pays d'Asie centrale. Ces réseaux de coopération sont un tissu stabilisateur et porteur de progrès. L'Union européenne peut être
weave the
plus
fabric
forte,
of
plus
stabilization
autonome,
and achieve
pour renforcer
progress.
sa capacité
Our
à
EU
interagir
must become
et
stronger and more
travailler pour la
autonomous,
paix,
so as
la
to bolster its
liberté et la
capacity to
solidarité.
work
Et je
together
le sais,
with other
beaucoup dans le
organizations in
monde
the name of peace,
attendent une voix
freedom and
forte
solidarity.
et indépendante de l'Union européenne.
You'll be hearing the EU's voice on
Excellences,
the world
mesdames et messieurs,
stage, loud and independent.
deux guerres
Excellencies,
mondiales,
ladies and gentlemen,
l'Holocauste,
two world
la
wars,
négation
the
absolue
Holocaust,
de l'humanité. Ce
absolute
continent
humiliation for
européen
humanity.
porte
The
des
European
cicatrices
continent
indélébiles
bears the
et
scars
donc, nous le pensons, une responsabilité
of
particulière
its past,
dans la défense
and
de la
therefore we have
liberté,
a special
de la
responsibility to defend
solidarité
freedom,
et de la
solidarity,
dignité humaine
and
universelle.
universal
Le
human
projet
dignity.
européen est celui de la
The European
réconciliation.
project is geared
La
towards
coopération.
reconciliation
Et puis,
cooperation.
de plus en plus, celui de l'amitié
and
et de la
increasingly
fraternité.
friendship and
Ce projet européen, je le crois, est donc
fraternity.
une inspiration.
The European
un
project
espoir.
should be a source of
L'optimisme
inspiration, of
est
hope
un
and
devoir.
optimism.
Nous pouvons,
Optimism is a
une
duty, in
fois
fact.
encore,
We
changer
can,
le cours de l'histoire
once again,
à condition
change
de
the
nous
course
ressaisir.
of history,
Il n'y a pas de
provided
fatalité.
that
Le futur n'est
we
pas
band
encore écrit.
together. The
Plus de
future
paix
has
et de
not been
sécurité,
written.
c'est
It is not a
possible.
given.
Plus de liberté,
We can
plus de
achieve greater
solidarité,
peace,
c'est possible.
greater freedom,
La paix
greater
requiert des
solidarity.
efforts. Nous le
Peace
savons, elle n'est jamais
requires
donnée.
a lot of effort.
La paix est
We know
délicate,
that. We've given
la
those
paix
efforts. And
est
peace is very
fragile,
fragile.
difficile à réparer quand elle se
It
brise.
breaks
Mais
down
la paix est
sometimes,
magnifique,
but we can piece it together
lumineuse
even though it's
et
difficult.
porteuse de
Peace
rêves
is
et
wonderful. It's
d'espoir,
luminous.
comme
It carries in it
le
hope,
vitrail bleu
as
pour la paix
does
de Marc
the
Chagall.
blue peace
Soyons
window
sans
crafted by Marc
relâche
Chagall.
les artisans de la
Let's
paix.
work
Vous pouvez
tirelessly
compter sur
to
l'Union
build
européenne.
peace.
Je vous
You can
remercie.
count on the European Union. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiomiko Meliad Konye, Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de la 79e
President
session
of the
de l'Assemblée
79th
générale des
session
Nations
of the
Unies,
United Nations General Assembly,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
heads of state and government,
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies,
United
Mesdames et
Nations
Messieurs,
Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen,
je voudrais, au nom de Son Excellence
on
M.
behalf of His
Alassane Ouattara,
Excellency
Président de
Mr.
la
Alassane
République de
Ouattara,
Côte
President
d'Ivoire,
of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire,
vous
I
adresser
wish
mes
to
chaleureuses
express
félicitations
my
pour la
warm
qualité et la
congratulations
profondeur
on
des
the
débats de cette
quality
session
and depth of the debates
et
during
pour
this
le
session,
remarquable succès
and
du sommet de
on the
l'avenir.
remarkable success that was the
Notre
summit of
débat
the future.
général se tient dans un
Our general
contexte mondial
debate is being
préoccupant.
held against
Sur le plan
a worrisome
sécuritaire,
global backdrop
économique et
on
politique,
the security, economic and
appelant nos
political
nations
levels,
à un sursaut collectif.
calling on our nations to make a
C'est dans
collective
cette
leap forward.
perspective que mon pays se
With this
félicite
in
du choix
mind, my
pertinent
country
du thème de la
welcomes
présente session
the very
qui
relevant
invite nos
choice of
États à
the theme
regarder
for this
dans la
session,
même
which
direction
invites our states
afin de bâtir un
to
monde
act
plus
together
sûr
to build
et
a
plus solidaire.
safer and more united world.
Le monde est à la croisée des chemins.
The world stands at a
Les
crossroads.
tensions géopolitiques se multiplient et
Geopolitical tensions
alimentent
are
l'escalade
multiplying and fueling
plusieurs
the
conflits armés.
escalation of several armed conflicts.
Des confrontations violentes dans des régions
Violent
sensibles
confrontations in sensitive
mènent
regions
celles-ci au bord
are
d'un
pushing
embrasement
those regions
généralisé.
to the brink of
Cette situation
widespread
d'insécurité
conflagration.
et de recul de la paix
This situation
est
of
aggravée
insecurity and
par
setbacks to
le
peace is
terrorisme
being
qui sévit
worsened
dans
by
les régions comme le
terrorism
Sahel.
afflicting regions such as the
Ces conflits
Sahel.
anéantissent
These conflicts
progressivement
are gradually
des années de progrès et
wiping
de
out
développement en faveur
years
des
of
populations.
progress and development for our
C'est le
people.
lieu pour mon pays d'appeler à la mobilisation de la
My
communauté
country
internationale
believes this is the right time to call
faveur
on the international
des
community
populations du
to
Sahel,
mobilize for the
qui
people of the
paient
Sahel,
un lourd tribut
who are paying
dans la
a
guerre contre les
high
groupes
price in
terroristes.
the war against terrorist groups.
Fidèle à ses valeurs et à sa tradition
True
d'hospitalité,
to our values
la
and
Côte
our
d'Ivoire
tradition
accueille
of
dans les meilleures conditions
hospitality,
possibles
Côte d'Ivoire
plusieurs
is
milliers de
hosting in
ressortissants
the
des
best
pays
possible
sahéliens
conditions
voisins
several
qui fuient la
thousand
violence
nationals
des
from
groupes
neighboring
armés
Sahel countries
et
who are
au-delà du
fleeing the
Sahel,
violence of armed
c'est aujourd'hui
groups.
l'ensemble de l'Afrique de
Outside the
l'Ouest qui est menacée
Sahel, the
d'effondrement.
whole of West Africa is
Cette
currently
évolution
threatening to
pourrait
collapse.
se propager
This trend could
au-delà du
spread
continent
beyond
africain
the African continent
si aucune mesure
if
efficace
no effective
n'est
measures are
envisagée.
taken.
Pour sa part, la Côte d'Ivoire met à la
For its
disposition
part,
de
Côte
l'ensemble des
d'Ivoire
pays
is making available
l'Académie internationale de lutte contre le
the
terrorisme de
Jacquesville
Jacques Ville,
International Academy for
afin
Combating
de les aider
Terrorism
à
to
renforcer
all
leurs
countries
capacités
in
en
order to
matière
help
de
them
lutte
to build their
contre le
capacities
terrorisme sous
in
toutes ses formes.
counterterrorism, in
Monsieur le Président,
combating terrorism in all of its forms.
les progrès réalisés par nos pays en
Mr.
matière de
President,
développement et
the
de
progress
sécurité
made by our
humaine
countries in development and
sont
human
aujourd'hui
security
fragilisés par les
is
effets du
currently being
changement climatique
undermined by the effects of climate
qui
change.
accentuent les inégalités,
This heightens
la
inequalities,
pauvreté
poverty,
et entraîne le déplacement
and
forcé de millions de
is
personnes
leading to the
chaque année.
forced displacement and leads to the forced displacement of millions
L'accroissement
of people every
incessant
year.
du nombre de réfugiés climatiques constitue une tragédie
The relentless rise in
de
the
notre
number
époque
of
qui nous
climate
interpelle
refugees is the tragedy of our time
Dans
and
ce
tugs on our
contexte,
collective consciousness.
La Côte d'Ivoire appelle les Nations
In this
Unies
context,
et
Côte
l'ensemble
d'Ivoire
des
calls on the
partenaires
United Nations and all of its
à
partners
accroître et à
to
intensifier
increase
leur
and to
assistance
intensify
humanitaire
their
d'urgence
emergency humanitarian
destinée à ces
assistance
populations durement
for
impactées.
hard-hit populations.
Mais nous devons aller plus loin sur la question
But we
climatique
must go further on the
et
climate
mettre
issue
résolument en œuvre des mesures qui nous
and
permettront
wholeheartedly
d'inverser à court
implement
terme
measures that
la
allow
courbe
us to,
dangereuse de réchauffement
in the
climatique
short term,
de
reverse
notre
the dangerous
planète et de
curve
ses
of global
conséquences sur nos
warming
sociétés.
and its consequences on our societies.
Pour cela, la Côte d'Ivoire réitère
To that
son appel
end,
aux pays
Côte
développés
d'Ivoire reiterates its
à
call
honorer
to
leurs
developed
engagements en
countries
matière de
to honor
financement
their
climatique
pledges in climate
et de
finance
soutien à la transition énergétique.
and in supporting the energy
Le fonds
transition.
pertes et dommages
The Loss and Damage
doit
Fund
être abondé rapidement et être mis
should
à la
be rapidly
contribution
filled up
pour
and
soulager
used to
les populations
relieve the
en détresse
suffering
climatique.
of populations in
Mesdames et
climate
messieurs,
distress. Ladies and
En
gentlemen,
plus de faire face aux défis
in
sécuritaires
addition
et
to
climatiques,
facing security and climate
le
challenges,
monde est marqué par une révolution
the world
technologique.
is undergoing a
à laquelle
technological
peu de pays
revolution
sont
for which
préparés.
few countries are prepared.
L'intelligence artificielle est porteuse de
Artificial
promesses pour nos
intelligence harbors
sociétés,
great promise for our
mais
societies,
elle peut également présenter de
but it can
nombreuses
also
menaces et dérives
pose a
en
host
raison de
of
l'absence
threats
de
and is
réglementation
open
internationale
to abuse,
encadrant son
particularly
utilisation.
due to the lack of international regulations governing its use.
Il nous incombe de
Consequently,
veiller
it
à
falls
ce que
to us
cette
to
révolution
ensure
ne
that
creuse
this
pas
technological
davantage
revolution doesn't further
inégalités
widen inequalities
et n'entraîne
and
pas le
doesn't lead
déclassement
to
numérique d'une
a
partie de
digital
l'humanité,
downgrading of
mais qu'au
some,
contraire, elle
but
serve
rather, on the contrary, that
progrès
it serves
et le bien-être de tous.
the progress and
C'est pour
well-being
cela que mon
for
pays se
all.
félicite de l'adoption du
For
pacte
this reason, my
numérique
country
mondial
welcomes the adoption of the
qui
Global
devrait
Digital
permettre une
Compact.
meilleure utilisation de cette avancée
This should
technologique
enable us to make
au
better
service du
use
progrès
of this technological
toutes les nations.
progress for all nations.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
à l'évidence, aucun pays ne peut à
it's
lui tout
clear
seul
that no single country
permettre au monde de surmonter
can
les défis
enable the
globaux
world
qui
to
sapent
overcome the
les
global
fondements de
challenges
la
that are
paix,
eroding the foundations
de
of
la
peace
sécurité,
and
ainsi
security,
que les progrès sociaux
as
accomplis au
well
cours des
as the
dernières
social
décennies.
progress that has been achieved over the last few
Face à ce
decades.
constat,
In light of
notre
this,
action collective doit
our
s'inscrire
collective
résolument
action should be
dans
firmly
le cadre
rooted
multilatéral
in the
unique des
unique
Nations Unies.
multilateral framework of the United Nations.
Le monde a véritablement besoin d'une organisation
The
des
world
Nations
truly
Unies
needs
dynamique,
a dynamic and effective
efficace.
United Nations
représentative de la
that
diversité
represents
des
the
peuples
diversity of peoples
et adossée au consensus des nations
and has the backing of the consensus of nations that underpins its legitimacy.
Les Nations Unies héritées du
In
XXe
this
siècle
context, the United Nations
doivent
that we
être réformées
inherited
en
from the
profondeur
20th century must
pour jouer
undergo
pleinement leur
far-reaching
rôle dans
reform
le monde multipolaire
so that it can
d'aujourd'hui.
fully play its role in
Le
today's
Conseil de
multipolar
sécurité en
world.
particulier
In particular, the
doit
Security
s'ouvrir à
Council
l'Afrique dans
must
toutes les
open up to
catégories de
Africa
membres
in all
afin de
membership
refléter
categories
cette
in order
réalité.
to reflect this reality.
C'est donc à cette condition que notre organisation mondiale
This is an essential
pourra
condition
véritablement
for our
contribuer à
global
la résolution
organization to be
durable des
able to
conflits
truly contribute
en
to the
s'appuyant sur le
lasting
respect du
settlement
droit
of conflicts
international
based on
qui
respect
demeure
for
son
international
fondement.
law, which remains its foundation.
Il en est de même de la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique
The same goes for
qui
the
dépend de
fight
la
against
capacité
climate
de notre
change, which
organisation
depends on
commune
the ability of our common
à
organization
mobiliser les États membres
to
autour de cette
rally member
priorité
states around this
et à
priority
les amener à
and
respecter leurs
encourage them
engagements
to honor their
pris dans ce
commitments
sens.
in this area.
La réforme de la gouvernance mondiale doit également
Global
s'étendre
governance
aux
reform
institutions
should also
financières
extend to
multilatérales
multilateral financial
afin qu'elles
institutions
soutiennent davantage
so that they can further
les efforts de
support
financement des
efforts
objectifs de
to
développement
fund
durable des
sustainable
pays
development goals
en développant
developing countries,
et tout en adressant
while
la
at the
question
same time tackling
de la dette.
the issue of debt.
Ces institutions doivent être plus inclusives
These institutions should
dans
be
leur
more
mode de
inclusive in
fonctionnement
how they operate
et dans leur prise de décision.
and how they take decisions.
Ces transformations profondes sont inévitables
These
et
deep-rooted
doivent être
transformations are
accélérées
inevitable and must
pour que
be
les
sped up
institutions soient véritablement au
so
service de
that
tous nos
these
pays
institutions truly work
service
to
de
assist
notre
all of
combat
our
contre la
countries
pauvreté
in combating
et
poverty
pour le développement.
and ensuring development.
Je tiens à saluer ici
Here I wish
le
to
secrétaire
pay
général des
tribute
Nations
to the
Unies
United Nations Secretary General
pour ses courageuses initiatives en
in
matière
his
de diplomatie
brave
préventive,
initiatives in preventive
de
diplomacy,
maintien de la consolidation de la
peacekeeping
paix,
and peace building,
mais aussi de son engagement
but
en faveur de la
also
réforme de la
for his
gouvernance financière
commitment
mondiale.
to reforming global financial governance.
Nous avons collectivement des instruments pour
Together,
relever les
we
défis
have
qui
the right
perturbent le
tools to
monde
be able to meet the
et
challenges
pour donner à
facing the
notre
world
jeunesse et aux femmes
and to be able to enable
moyens de
our
s'épanouir
young people and
et
women
de contribuer
to
plus que par le
flourish
passé
and to
au
contribute more than ever
développement de nos
before
pays.
to development in our countries.
L'avenir de l'Afrique réside dans sa jeunesse
Africa's future
et
lies
nous avons
in its
l'obligation
young
de
people.
bâtir pour elle
We owe it to
des
them
systèmes éducatifs et de
build
formation compétitifs
competitive education
et
and
des
training
institutions
systems,
démocratiques
as
protectrices.
well as democratic
leur liberté.
institutions that protect their freedoms.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames
Mr.
et
President,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
mon pays croit fermement aux vertus du
my
multilatéralisme
country firmly believes in the values of multilateralism.
et que nous plaçons d'ailleurs au cœur
They are
de
indeed
nos
at the
interactions
heart of our interactions
avec les autres nations.
with other nations.
C'est ainsi qu'ensemble, nos États pourront dépasser,
Through multilateralism, together,
les
our
grandes
states
divisions,
can overcome
bâtir des
great divisions,
consensus autour des questions
forge
difficiles
consensus around
et
difficult
faire avancer
issues,
des solutions
and put
globales
forward
aux grands défis
global
mondiaux.
solutions to major global
C'est
challenges.
cette vision qui détermine nos actions
This vision
dans la
determines
construction
how we
communautaire
act
régionale,
and how we contribute
tout
to
comme notre
regional
contribution aux
community
côtés des
construction,
autres pays
and also
dans
how we commit
l'édification d'un
alongside
monde
other
pacifique,
countries to building a peaceful,
solidaire et
united
prospère
and prosperous world
au bénéfice des
for the
générations
benefit
présentes et
of
futures.
present and future generations.
Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dick Shaw, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you as a proud new participant in what for many of you is now a familiar gathering. Those words not only describe my own role, but say something about the very essence of the United Nations. For each of us, our presence here is only temporary. Some are here a long time, others for only a brief period. But everyone's time here is defined by their own individual era. Today again, we embody that long tradition. Today again, we come together to work towards goals whose size and scope exceed our present reach. Today again, each of us is staying the course. And when our time is at an end, we will pass the baton to the next generation. This is not to say that our course is always clear and never needs adjusting. On the contrary, our world is changing fast. And unfortunately, in some ways, not for the better. War and conflict in so many places. Climate change, whose effects are becoming clearer by the day. And cyber threats we couldn't have imagined a few years ago. That is what I want to talk about today, anticipating an unknown future. And I should add, although the challenges of our time may be new, my message is not. It was clear to the Romans, more than 2,000 years ago, when Cicero wrote, "It is the duty of every statesman to anticipate the future, to discover some time in advance what may happen, whether for good or for ill, and never to have to say, 'I had not thought of that.'" Of course, predicting the future is not a simple matter. And I don't believe that's what Cicero meant. I think he was calling on us to take responsibility. Responsibility that goes beyond the scenarios we want to imagine, beyond our national borders, and above all, beyond short-term solutions. It may seem impossible, but here, more than anywhere, we know better. The history of the UN has shown time and again what can be achieved if we join forces and persevere. Without the UN, there would have been no climate agreements, no disarmament treaties, no development goals or international tribunals. We have come a long way, and we can still go much further. By finding in this unpredictable world our strength and stability, by returning to the very foundation of the United Nations, a shared sense of responsibility. To preserve that foundation, we must strengthen and improve our partnership. For example, by moving forward in the challenging reform debate. You won't be surprised to hear me say that the UN Security Council no longer reflects the realities of the 21st century. The seats must be divided better geographically to preserve the UN legitimacy, strength and vitality, with permanent African representation at the very least. This is a task for us all. And so the Kingdom of the Netherlands will fully support proposals that make such reforms possible. In other areas too, we must adapt much more quickly to the new reality. Because while war and conflict are resolved as time, the manner in which we wage them is always changing. And words we have used since the dawn of memory are no longer sufficient. Words like war and peace, everybody knows what they mean. But the world is no longer black and white. In recent years, we've been confronted with something that seems neither one nor the other. More and more countries are developing offensive cyber programs. And these pose a growing threat to our critical infrastructure, our security, our earning capacity, and our intellectual property. These are big challenges which force us to prepare for the future. We can't easily predict that future, but we can try to anticipate it. And that's exactly what we're doing. With the UN Pact for the Future, we have taken big steps in the right direction. From reforming our international financial architecture to tackling issues of cybersecurity and outer space. And surely, we can attribute this success to our shared desire to work towards a fair and secure life for everyone, for people today and the generations that follow. With that in mind, I'm proud of the Declaration on Future Generations, a key tool for achieving this goal, which was co-facilitated by Jamaica and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This kind of broad international collaboration is what the UN is all about. And through every issue we tackle together, we increase our effectiveness. We need only look at climate change to see the importance of that. There are still countries that think this issue doesn't concern them, because they've been spared the direct effects so far, but that is an illusion. From flooding to drought, the effects of climate change are impacting people around the world. That includes part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and not least the small island developing states, countries where the rising sea level is not just a future threat, but a current reality. What's more, all the problems caused by climate change amplify each other. So climate change is not limited to those countries that are directly affected. In truth, every country is directly affected. And therein lies the key to our approach, cooperation. Of course, that means committing to the climate targets of the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, and the measure we agree at COP29. But it also means using each other's knowledge and know-how. And the Netherlands has a long history of managing water. Today, we use that experience around the world. We contribute our expertise on food security and counter other challenges as they arise. At the same time, we also face issues that will always demand our attention. Issues as old as the UN itself. Protecting human rights, defending democracy, and promoting the international legal order. There are so many countries where these values are under pressure. In Venezuela, for example, people are demanding that their voices be heard. And to them I say, we hear you. We hear you call for a democratic transition. Today on this stage, I urge us not to forget those voices. And that's just one example. There are many more countries that feel forgotten, who wonder why the world is not paying attention to their suffering. Their day-to-day reality is also one of war, hunger and poverty. Take Sudan, where 25 million people are facing acute hunger. We cannot close our eyes to this. We cannot turn away. We have a duty to listen and to take action. Earlier this year, the Kingdom of the Netherlands made an extra 10 million euro available, bringing its contribution to the crisis response in Sudan and surrounding countries to 80 million euros. But as we all know, that is just a drop in the ocean. I could run through a long list of other countries that need our help and support. I could try to describe their suffering, but it could never do it justice. You know, as well as I do, the places where war and conflict are raging. In Europe, for a long time we thought that we no longer needed to worry about human rights, peace and security. We thought that they were a given. But we were wrong, very wrong. Some of you may be thinking, not Ukraine again. But we need to address this, because the victims of the Russian war are not limited to Ukraine alone. This war affects everyone, as people in vulnerable countries know all too well. Since the global food supply has been deployed as a weapon of war, millions of people have been pushed back into hunger and poverty. They too are the victims of Russia. So to anyone still in doubt, I would say, this is not only a war between Russia and Ukraine, it's a war of aggression against everything that we in the United Nations stand for. The Charter of the United Nations, the very basis of our partnership, is clear on this subject. No state may use force against territorial integrity of any other state. And although it is up to Ukraine to set the conditions for a just and lasting peace, we cannot leave the responsibility of achieving that in practice to them alone. Ukraine deserves our help and support at every stage of the process. That means arranging and participating in a new dialogue on finding a path to peace. It means challenging those countries who support Russia's defense industry or help it circumvent sanctions. And it means calling Russia to account for its actions. There can be no impunity for its flagrant violation of the Charter. The Netherlands is fully committed to restoring justice for Ukraine. Yes, it is a process that will require time and great stamina. But that is something we have in abundance. We have the time, the patience, and the resources. For example, there are the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, two pillars of accountability, based in my own city, The Hague, the international city of peace and justice. And I don't need to tell anyone here how important it is for these institutions to be able to do their work freely and independently. And that too is our collective responsibility. While we're on the subject of collective responsibility, there is unfortunately another major conflict that demands our attention. Almost a year has passed since October the 7th. Almost a year since the terrorist organization Hamas committed its atrocities and war broke out in Gaza. The suffering since then has been extreme. Far too many innocent civilians have been killed, abducted or wounded. Far too many people have been forced to flee and have lost their loved ones and their property. In the past few days, there have been a large number of civilian casualties in Lebanon, and countless others in the region could face the same fate if the violence continues. That cannot be allowed to happen. A major regional war must be prevented at all costs, and so must any new attack on Israel. That begins with supporting international diplomatic initiatives, such as the proposal by the United States and France for a temporary ceasefire, which is supported by many countries, including in the region. We call on Israel and Lebanon to support this plan. Give diplomacy a chance. I know that when it comes to Israel and Gaza, people quickly refer to their entrenched positions. Entire generations have grown up full of mistrust, fear, and even hate toward the other side. But if we try to take a longer view, we will see that there are no winners in this war. And any suggestion of winning for one side amounts only to a loss in the end. Loss on both sides. That's why political leadership and courage are needed now, on both sides. To break the endless cycle of violence and help them see the other for who they are, people in search of a safe place to live. A place to live alongside each other, instead of at odds with each other. The first steps are obvious. An immediate ceasefire. The immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. Rapid, large-scale aid for the people of Gaza, and all parties must comply with international law. I know it sounds easy, and I know that simply wanting something is not the same as making it happen. But as Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Ladies and gentlemen, our history has always shown us that it is possible. We have come a long way, and we will still have a long way to go. But the path that lies behind us can also show us the way forward, as long as we hold on to what we believe in, our shared values, our common cause, and above all, our ability to persevere. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is my fourth speech at the UN General Assembly, and this speech will be significantly different from the previous ones. The key messages of my previous speeches were about the deadlock in achieving peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. But today I want to say that peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach. Why do I think so? For a few specific reasons. Quite recently, on August 30, Armenia and Azerbaijan signed the regulation on the joint activity of the Commissions on delimitation of the state border between the two countries. This is the first bilateral legal document signed between the parties. But what is more important with that document, Armenia and Azerbaijan agreed to set the 1991 Almaty Declaration as the basic principle of border delimitation between the two countries and will be guided by it. This means that Armenia and Azerbaijan de jure reconfirmed the principle of recognizing each other's territorial integrity and inviolability of borders that existed during the Soviet Union, which is a fundamental factor for establishing peace. Now it is de jure reconfirmed that the two countries have no territorial claims on each other. What we have to do now is to take the next step and sign the agreement on establishment of peace and interstate relations between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. The President of Azerbaijan and I have stated many times that at least 80% of the mentioned agreement has been agreed upon. Now, to seize this historic opportunity and to avoid the risk of reaching a deadlock, Armenia proposes to take what has already been agreed in the draft agreement, sign it, have a peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and then go on with negotiations on pending issues. We are ready to do this right now. Why do we propose this? Because there is no precedent of a peace agreement or any agreement that would regulate and solve everything. It is practically not possible. After signing any agreement, two countries may always need to conclude new agreements and make new arrangements for this very reason. No matter how comprehensive any agreement, many important issues need to be further addressed. And in the case of Armenia and Azerbaijan, the agreed articles of the draft peace agreement actually contain provisions on peace, on not having territorial claims on each other, and not putting forward such claims in the future. Provisions on establishment diplomatic relations and a joint commission to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement. A provision on not interfering in each other's internal affairs, not using force and threat of force, and other important provisions. Signing the peace agreement with the already agreed articles will significantly facilitate the resolution of the non-agreed issues. The already agreed parts of the draft peace agreement provide tools for that. One of them is the diplomatic relations to be established between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the second is the joint Armenia-Azerbaijan Commission to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement. I mean the existence of de jure peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan by signing the proposed agreement, and the establishment of diplomatic relations will result in changing the overall atmosphere and the perception of our governments and peoples, which will significantly facilitate the solution of the remaining issues. Azerbaijan, however, insists that the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia is an obstacle to the peace agreement because it allegedly contains territorial claims on Azerbaijan. Without going into details, let me say that there is nothing of this kind in our Constitution. There are no territorial claims on Azerbaijan, and we can provide detailed written proofs regarding this to all our international partners concerned. Moreover, it is the Constitution of Azerbaijan that contains territorial claims on the Republic of Armenia, and we can present written argumentation on this as well to all our international partners concerned. But pay attention. We do not consider the Constitution of Azerbaijan as an obstacle to the peace agreement for the simple reason that the agreed part of the draft peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan contains wording that solves the problem, and that wording is as follows. None of the parties may invoke the provisions of its internal legislation as justification for its failure to perform the present agreement. Therefore, the signing of the agreement will address the concerns of both Armenia and Azerbaijan and will create legal guarantees for addressing them fundamentally. When we examine the agreed text of the peace agreement in terms of compliance with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, we see the following picture. Under the Constitution of Armenia, agreements that contradict the Constitution may not be ratified. And as in other cases, after signing the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, we must submit it to the Constitutional Court to verify the compliance of the agreement with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. If our Constitutional Court decides that the peace agreement with Azerbaijan is in contradiction with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, even though our experts assure that it is not likely to happen. But anyway, if that will happen, that we will face a specific situation where constitutional changes will be needed for the sake of achieving peace. And if our Constitutional Court decides that the agreement complies with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, then there will be no barriers for ratification in the Parliament of Armenia. And here, an extremely important circumstance comes in. Under paragraph 3 of Article 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, ratified international agreements have precedence over the domestic legislation of the Republic of Armenia, and therefore, after the signing and ratification of the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, theoretically, even if there were laws that could be interpreted as containing territorial claims, these documents would be subordinate to the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace agreement and would automatically have no legal force. The same logic would apply to Azerbaijan, of course. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, here is peace so close to us, and all we need to do is reach out and take it. It is not easy for either Armenia or Azerbaijan, because each of us has our own truth, and the debate over those truths has led to enmity, casualties, and wars. The pain is very deep and intense, but we must now focus on peace, because peace is the only truth understandable to the people of Armenia and Azerbaijan. And this truth will open our eyes and shut down the sources of enmity, and we will all look to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the Crossroads of Peace project of the government of the Republic of Armenia is also dedicated to that future. The purpose of the project is not only to open automobile routes, railroads, and other transport communications between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also to provide communication between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and the whole region, as well as to create opportunities for the passage of pipelines and cables, and eventually provide opportunities for people-to-people contacts, which is a key and critical factor for peacemaking. A key factor for peace and development is also that all this shall happen with due respect for the sovereignty, jurisdiction, territorial integrity of the countries, on the basis of the principle of equality and reciprocity. And we are ready to open our transport communications to both Azerbaijan and Turkey, as well as to our other neighbors and partners. And we are ready to do it even today, right today. By the way, the Crossroads of Peace can become a part of the middle corridor, ensuring greater speed and efficiency of the passage of goods through it. The Republic of Armenia is ready to fully ensure the safety of the passage of cargo, vehicles, and people on its territory. It is our wish, our commitment, and we can do it. By the way, all those claims that Armenia has agreed somewhere in some document that third forces shall provide the security of communications on its territory are simply distortion of reality. Armenia's commitment is clear to guarantee the safety of cargo, vehicles, and people on its territory, and we guarantee it. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, today I don't want to send any negative, worrying, or pessimistic message, not because they do not exist, but because the Armenian proverb says, "Let us speak the positive in order to be well," meaning that when you speak positive, good things tend to become reality. It may be that there is a similar saying in Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, Georgia, and in other countries in the world, and they all consider it their own. But let us speak the positive in order to be well is not about saying empty words. Of course, one should work hard and sometimes make hard decisions. In my speech, I laid out all the circumstances that give me a reason to speak the positive, to be well in front of this distinguished audience. And if we rely on these circumstances, good things will happen, initiating a process of reducing the circumstances that generate the negative. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God,
السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة، السيد الأمين العام، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تأتي الدورة التاسعة والسبعون لاجتماعات الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة في خضم ظروف خطيرة تمر على الشرق الأوسط والعالم. يواجه فيها النظام الدولي العالمي امتحانا صعبا يهدد وجوده ويجعله عاجزا عن تحقيق الأهداف التي تأسس من أجلها، ومنها الحفاظ على الأمن والاستقرار الدوليين وحقوق الإنسان، إذ نشهد اليوم سوابق تخرق فيها المواثيق والأعراف الدولية كافة، ويتم تحييد المؤسسات الدولية المفترض بها أن تساهم في إدارة العلاقات الدولية وتنظيمها بما يعزز السلم والاستقرار ويرتقي بالعلاقات الإنسانية بعيدا عن العنف والتعامل الوحشي. وجرى تجاهل مبادئ مهمة مثل السيادة والسلامة الإقليمية والتعاون المتعدد وقوانين الحرب والقوانين الإنسانية والقانون الدولي الإنساني ومسؤولية الحماية وحق تقرير المصير، وأصبح العالم يدفع دفعا إلى مواجهات وصراعات شاملة، بينما يقف مجلس الأمن الدولي عاجزا بلا دور. ومع غياب هذه المسؤولية قد يجري اللجوء إلى آليات بديلة، وتجاهل هذه المؤسسات ينذر بعودة العلاقات الدولية إلى حالة الفوضى. في ذات الوقت علينا أن لا ننسى الإشادة ببعض المواقف الشجاعة لبعض الشخصيات التي تترأس هذه المؤسسات الأممية، ومنهم الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس، إلا أننا نرى وبوضوح وبالرغم من المجهودات الكبيرة غياب التأثير الفعال. أن إيقاف ما يحدث في فلسطين والمنطقة من انتهاكات ومسؤولية الجميع، وبالدرجة الأساس مجلس الأمن الذي فشل في تحقيق أهم أهدافه، وهي الحفاظ على الأمن والسلم الدوليين. وفي فلسطين المحتلة اليوم نحن إزاء شعب يتعرض إلى اعتداء من قوة عسكرية محتلة تهجر الملايين بلا رادع وتقتل الآلاف، ويجري الحديث علنا عن تجويع جماعي لإبادة هذا الشعب وعن استخدام أسلحة نووية للقضاء عليه من قبل مسؤولين كبار في الكيان المحتل دون أي إجراءات رادعة. ولم يلتزم المجتمع أو أي من أعضائه بمسؤولية الحماية الواجبة عليهم وفق القانون الدولي. حرم الشعب الفلسطيني من حق العيش بكرامة في دولة كباقي الشعوب وسط عجز عالمي معيب، بل يجري تمكين المجرمين من التمادي والإغال وتوسيع الصراع والهجوم على الآخرين من خلال دعمهم وضمان إفلاتهم المتكرر من العقاب. وكما شهدنا المزيد من الاستهتار الذي جعل القانون الدولي وقرارات مجلس الأمن مجرد حبر على ورق في سلسلة اعتداءات على دول المنطقة واحتلال الأراضي وضمها وتغيير الحدود الدولية باستخدام القوة وبالضد من قرارات مجلس الأمن الدولي، وهي سوابق خطيرة تهدد النظام الدولي برمته وتضرب عماد المؤسسات الدولية ما يرتب آثاراً وخيمة على الإنسانية جمعاء. وإمعانا في التطرف يستدل الاحتلال بقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 1701 كذريعة للعدوان على لبنان، ويختار هذا القرار وبعضا من بنوده بشكل انتقائي في حين يتجاهل القرارات العديدة والمبادئ التي لا تقبل الجدل في القانون الدولي الصادرة عن مجلس الأمن، من ضمنها القرارات 242 246 252 265 297. ونشهد حملة وحشية للقتل العشوائي واستخدام التكنولوجيا لتنفيذ التفجيرات عن بعد دون اكتراث للمدنيين العزل في سابقة خطيرة تؤشر مدى تورط حكومة الاحتلال وانغماسها في ارتكاب جرائم ضد الإنسانية. يقف العراق اليوم
Iraq
بشعبه
today,
وحكومته
through its government and its
وبتوجيهات
people,
المرجعية
and under the
الدينية العليا
directives of
مع
the
لبنان
supreme
وشعبه
religious authority,
الشقيق
stands with
وهو
Lebanon
يواجه
and its
صفحة
brotherly people
جديدة من
as it
العدوان
faces a new
الوحشي
page of
المبين
brutal aggression
الساعي إلى إغراق
that seeks to
المنطقة
plunge the
بالصراعات
region into
وهو
conflict,
ما سبق أن
which is
حذرنا منه
something we have already warned
وسنمضي
against.
بتقديم كل
We will
مساعدة
continue to
ممكنة
provide all
لتجاوز
possible
آثار
assistance
هذه
to overcome the
الاعتداءات.
effects of these attacks.
موقفنا هذا مبني على تاريخ من الترابط
Position is based on a
وثبات
history of
عراقي معروف
cohesion and the
يرفض
well-known
العدوان
Iraqi
والاحتلال
steadfastness that
ويرفض
rejects
سلب
aggression
حق
and
الشعوب في
occupation
أرضها
and rejects
وتراثها
depriving people's
ومقدساتها
right to their land,
ويدين
heritage and
مكررا
holy sites.
أي دعم
And
دولي أو
that
تسويغ
repeatedly condemns any
للمنطلقات
international
المعتدية
support or justification
كما
for the
نسجل
aggressor's
الاستهداف
pretext.
الممنهج
We also note the
المستمر
systematic
للوكالات
targeting
الدولية
of
والمنظمات
international
الإغاثية
agencies and
في
relief
الأراضي المحتلة
organizations in the occupied territories,
والجرأة في إلحاق
and the
الأذى
audacity to harm their
بأفرادها
personnel,
ومنها وكالات الأمم
including
المتحدة
United Nations
بما في ذلك
agencies and
وكالة
including
الأمم
the
المتحدة
United Nations
لإغاثة وتجهيز
Relief
لاجئي
and Works
فلسطين
Agency
UNRWA
for Palestine
في غزة
refugees
التي
UNRWA
من
in Gaza,
المفترض أن
which
تكون
is supposed to be
محمية
protected
بموجب القانون
under
الدولي.
international law.
وأود التذكير
I would like to
بأن هذه
recall that
التعديات
these
لا تعطل العمل
abuses
الإنساني
not only
فحسب
disrupt
بل
humanitarian action,
تنتهك أيضا
but
المعايير
also
الدولية
violate
التي
international
تحمي
norms,
المدنيين
protecting
والقائمين
civilians
على تقديم
and those
المساعدة
providing
في مناطق
assistance in
الصراع.
conflict zones.
أن هذه التحركات
These
الأخيرة
recent moves by
للاحتلال
the occupation
تبتغي تهديد
seek
استقرار
to threaten
بلدان
the
المنطقة
stability of the countries of
عبر
the region
إشعال حرب
by
إقليمية
igniting
واسعة
a
النطاق
large-scale
وأن
regional war.
العراق
Iraq,
بصفته عضوا
as a
مؤسسا
founding
للأمم
member of the
المتحدة
United
يأمل
Nations,
بأن تحقق هذه
hopes
المؤسسة
that
الأهداف
this
التي
institution will
تأسست
achieve the
من أجلها
objectives for
في
which
حفظ
it was
السلم والأمن
founded in
وتجنيب
maintaining
العالم
peace and
مخاطر
security and
الحروب
sparing the world the
والمآسي
dangers of
التي
wars
ضاقها
and
على مر
tragedies that it
التاريخ.
has experienced throughout
اسمحوا لنا
history.
أن
Allow
نعبر
us
عن
to express
خيبة
our
أملنا
disappointment
إزاء عدم
at the
نجاح مجلس
failure
الأمن
of the Security
والمنظومة
Council
الدولية
and the
في
international system
الوفاء
to
بواجباتها.
fulfill its obligations.
السيدات والسادة،
Ladies and gentlemen,
نلاحظ زيادة
we note
كبيرة
a
في جرائم
significant
الكراهية
increase in hate
والتعصب
crimes and
التي
intolerance
تؤثر على
that
أمننا
affect our
واستقرارنا،
security and
ونحن
stability.
بأمس الحاجة
We
إلى
are in
التعاون
dire
الدولي
need of international
من أجل
cooperation
إشاعة روح
in order to
التسامح
spread the spirit
والاحترام
of
المتبادل
tolerance and mutual
ومكافحة
respect
خطاب
and to
الكراهية
combat hate
والتمييز
speech,
والعنف
discrimination
الذي
and
هو في
violence
تزايد
that
مضطرد
are
حول
steadily
العالم،
increasing around the
حيث
world.
نرى أن أحد
We
أوجه
believe
خطاب
that one
الكراهية
of the
البارز
main
هو
aspects of
تنامي
hate
ظاهرة
speech is the
الإسلاموفوبيا
growing
التي
phenomena of
تقوض
Islamophobia,
الجهود
which
العالمية
undermines
لتحقيق
global
السلام
efforts to
والأمن
achieve
والتعايش
peace, security
وتهيئ
and
الأجواء
coexistence
لهجمات
and creates an
تستهدف قيمنا
atmosphere for
الاجتماعية
attacks targeting
والأخلاقية
our social and
التي هي
moral
جزء من
values,
وجودنا
which are
الإنساني.
part of our human
لذلك
existence.
أدعو الأمم
Therefore,
المتحدة
I
إلى
call on the
بذل
United
جهود
Nations
أكبر
to make greater
لتعزيز
efforts
الحوار
to promote
والتفاهم
dialogue
بين
and
الثقافات
understanding
والأديان
among
المختلفة،
different cultures and
وأؤكد على
religions.
ضرورة
And I
تعزيز
stress the
الوحدة
need
والوئام
to promote
في
unity
مواجهة
and harmony
الاستقطاب
in the
المتزايد،
face of
مع
increasing
التأكيد
polarization,
على ضرورة
while
وقوف
stressing
قادة
the
الدول
need for
ورؤساء
heads of
المؤسسات
state and
الدولية
heads of international
ضد التعصب
institutions to
الديني
stand against
والكراهية.
religious intolerance and hatred.
أصحاب السيادة، أما في العراق
As
وعلى
for
النقيض
Iraq,
مما
and in
تقدم
contrast to
فهناك
what I have
تطورات
mentioned,
طيبة.
there are good
فالبلد
developments.
الذي احتل
As
داعش
the
في
country
أراضيه
where ISIS
وكان
occupied a
الكثير
third
من
of the
المراقبين
territory, and
يرى
where many
بأنها
observers
كانت
believed
نهاية
that
العراق
it was the
الذي
end
نعرفه
of Iraq
اليوم.
as we know it.
وبعد 10 أعوام
Today, 10 years
يشهد
later,
تنفيذ
Iraq is witnessing the
خطة
implementation
شاملة
of a
للإعمار
comprehensive plan
والتنمية
for reconstruction
وإعادة
and
الحياة إلى
development
المدن
and the restoration of
وترتفع
life to
المباني العالية
cities and the
والبنى
rise of
التحتية
tall buildings
ويعم
and
الأمان.
infrastructure and
ولا زال
safety and
أمامنا
the spread of
الكثير من
safety.
التحديات
We still
الأساسية
have many
في تحقيق
fundamental
الإصلاحات
challenges ahead of us
الاقتصادية
in achieving
والإدارية والبيئية
economic, administrative
وتنويع
and
الاقتصاد.
environmental reforms and
ولقد خطونا
diversifying the economy.
خطوات كبيرة
We have
في
made
مجال
great
تحقيق
strides in
الأمن
achieving security.
وحققنا
We
انتصارا
have
على
achieved a
الإرهاب
victory over
وقريبا
terrorism, and
سنتوج
soon
هذا
we will crown
الانتصار
this victory
على هذا
over this
التنظيم
terrorist
الإرهابي
organization
بإعلان مشترك
with a
ومهم
joint and
مع
important
حلفائنا
declaration with
وأصدقائنا
our allies
الذين
and
وقفوا
friends
إلى جانب
who
العراق
stood by
وساندوه
Iraq
ضد
and
عدو
supported it
وحشي
against a
شكل
brutal
خطرا
enemy that
على
posed a
العالم
threat
threat to the entire world. Our efforts are focused on strengthening the democratic process in Iraq and working to consolidate the social contract and national cohesion as chosen by our people in their permanent constitution of 2005. انتخابات مجالس المحافظات والتي كانت معطلة منذ 10 سنوات وبعد أن تعرقل تنظيمها في كركوك منذ عام 2005 والآن بصدد تنظيم انتخابات برلمان إقليم كردستان العراق وجهودنا مستمرة في تعزيز علاقة الحكومة الاتحادية بحكومة الإقليم وبالحكومات المحلية في المحافظات وفق ما رسمه الدستور والقانون وحماية وجود الأقليات والأطياف المتآخية وتأمين احتياجاتهم حيث أن من بين أولوياتنا
One of our priorities is to spread justice and preserve diversity, which we consider as one of our most important assets. Ladies and gentlemen, this government has 5 priorities: job creation, improving services, combating poverty, combating corruption and implementing economic reforms. The Iraqi government seeks to rehabilitate the necessary human resources and has taken great strides towards building state institutions and enforcing the rule of law. It also seeks to activate the role of the private sector and to address administrative laxity and diversifying sources of income, reforming the banking and financial sector and managing the energy transition and addressing the causes of social, economic, and therefore political unrest. This transformation is a complicated matter for Iraq due to the economic structural challenge represented by relying on the public sector to take in the workforce and to use oil revenues to pay the salaries of millions of employees. This dual challenge facing Iraq is the excessive dependence on oil revenues and limiting its ability to diversify economically. This has been as a result of decades of wars and economic blockade and the dictatorial regimes, absurd economic policies, and some aspects of miscalculation and mismanagement later on, and the wasting in human and material resources that could have been developed. Governance, anti-corruption, digital transformation, and e-government are all among our top priorities, as they are the most important strategies to reduce corruption and achieve good governance. But we expect the international community to support our efforts to recover the looted assets that are Iraq's right, and to end the legal and legislative obstacles placed by some countries in order to provide a safe haven for corruption-related funds, such as banking secrecy and preventing the disclosure of beneficial owners to help evade accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq seeks to achieve security, regional security and stability by finding ways for constructive partnerships to face common challenges through cooperation between the participating parties and increasing mutual interdependence in a way that is in the interest of all. And we plan to launch initiatives that reflect economic integration and regional stability in the region. Particularly the Development Road Project, which aims to transform Iraq into a major regional hub for trade and transportation, and to link the Middle East with Europe through Iraq, using a network of railways, highways, and industrial cities, and linking the large port of Fao in southern Iraq to Europe via the countries in the region. This project represents the most important steps to enhance regional cooperation and integration, and is in line with Iraq's broader goals of rebuilding the economy and improving services. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq faces serious environmental challenges as a result of climate change and desertification, challenges that cannot be addressed without enhanced international cooperation, as desertification and the lack of vegetation cover leads to the displacement of millions in search of stability, thus exacerbating social and political crises. We call for international solidarity to face environmental challenges and to work to raise awareness of the importance of the management of sustainable water resources, which is a central issue for Iraq. This challenge requires a commitment to the principle of shared and just responsibilities among states, as we face existential challenges related to an acute shortage of water resources, which threatens agriculture and negatively affects the economy and threatens the lives of millions of Iraqis.
فإن الحكومة تولي أولوية قصوى لهذه الملفات وتعمل بالتعاون مع دول الجوار للوصول إلى حلول مستدامة وسياسات للتعامل مع هذه المؤثرات. أخيرا أود أن أعرب عن امتنان العميق للأمم المتحدة على الدعم الذي قدمته للعراق خلال العقدين الماضيين، ونحن نتطلع إلى مرحلة جديدة من التعاون مع الأمم المتحدة في العراق ستبدأ بنهاية عام 2025، ونأمل أن يكون ذلك إذانا ببداية حقبة جديدة مليئة بالاستقرار والازدهار لشعبنا وصفحة جديدة من صفحات الشراكة مع الأمم المتحدة، ونحن نعمل بجد لبناء مستقبل أفضل لأجيالنا القادمة، ونتطلع إلى استمرار الشراكة مع المجتمع الدولي لتحقيق ذلك. إن اختيار العراق لرئاسة مجموعة ال77 والصين لعام 2025 يعد انتصارا للدبلوماسية العراقية المنتجة والساعية إلى تحقيق أهداف التنمية وردم الفجوة التكنولوجية بين دول الشمال ودول الجنوب وتحقيق التكامل وإصلاح المنظومة الاقتصادية الدولية. ونتطلع خلال رئاستنا لأكبر مجموعة دولية تنضوي في عضويتها 134 دولة للعمل نحو عالم أكثر استقرارا وعدالة تتفاعل وتتوفر فيه فرص التنمية لشعوب العالم كافة. وفي الختام أن سياستنا تضع العراق وشعبه وأمنه وسيادته وازدهاره أولا، ونمضي بكل ثقة في محو آثار الماضي بما فيه من حروب وديكتاتورية وإرهاب، مثلما نمضي في إعمار العراق ووضعه في مكانته الإقليمية والدولية التي يستحقها بجدارة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. The Assembly will hear an address by Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the sixth occasion on which I have addressed the United Nations General Assembly as Greece's Prime Minister, but it is the first in which I stand before you as the leader of a country which is an incoming member of the United Nations Security Council. Greece is honored to accept that responsibility for the third time, and I'm personally grateful for the trust the broader UN membership has placed in our candidacy for the 2025-2026 term. Three words of Greek origin but of universal meaning will guide Greece's upcoming tenure on the Security Council: dialogue, diplomacy, and democracy. And six core priorities underpin these guiding principles: the peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for international law and the rules and principles of the UN Charter, women, peace and security, climate, peace and security, children in armed conflict, and of course, as a seafaring nation, maritime security. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing you today, 12 months on from last time around in September 2023, I don't think any of us can claim we are somehow better off now than we were back then. If anything, our world grows less secure by the day. Whether it be escalating conflicts, geopolitical division, the climate crisis, mass migration, rising inequality, even the unchecked rise of artificial intelligence, these challenges jeopardize our present and our future. And yet, within these threats lie unique opportunities to transform the way we live, govern, and cooperate on a global scale. And we are indeed at an inflection point. What happens next depends to a high degree on international cooperation. It is here in this chamber where we represent the collective voice of the international community that we are called to act for the good of the entire humanity. And to do that effectively, we must reinvigorate and strengthen the multilateral system. Most of us, if not all, have agreed on the need to reform the UN, and especially the Security Council. And since it first sat in 1946, the UN Security Council has not undergone any significant institutional reform. In that sense, it is the relic of a world that no longer exists. Back then, it was fit to address the challenges and opportunities of the post-Second World War world. But today, it is clearly not fit to solve the complex problems of the present or the future. As far as the Security Council reform is concerned, I believe we all agree that it is essential to increase the meaningful participation of underrepresented nations. Nearly a third of UN member states have never sat on the Security Council. In addition, the enlargement of the Security Council must include both non-permanent and permanent members. New permanent members must include leading countries from all continents, and the composition of the Security Council should reflect the geopolitical and economic realities of the third decade of the 21st century, not the fifth decade of the 20th. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Security Council, Greece will do its utmost to act as a stabilizing actor. And that work begins immediately in our immediate neighborhood. After all, as a gateway to Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, Greece sits 900 miles away from both Gaza and Ukraine. A year ago, we did not know that on October 7, a horrific terrorist attack would leave more than 1,200 innocent civilians, men, women, and children massacred. Around 250 people would be taken hostages, and that in the war that ensured, over 41,000 people would perish. The ongoing violence in the Middle East is grave, and civilians' horrendous suffering in Gaza is unfortunately continuing. Escalation threatens to trigger a full-scale war in the region. And Greece calls on all parties, including Iran and those it has influence over, to back away from perpetuating the current destructive cycle of violence, to lower tensions and engage constructively in the pursuit of meaningful de-escalation. A full-scale war in southern Lebanon must be avoided at all costs. People on both sides of the border have a right to live peacefully without the threat of rockets or bombs shattering their lives. Greece fully supports the proposal for an immediate 21-day ceasefire. And in the wake of the October 7th attacks, Greece has always and will always support Israel's legitimate right to defend itself. But how it does so matters. We must see the immediate return of all remaining hostages. There must be an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe there cannot go on. Safe access to food, water, shelter, clothing, and medicines throughout the territory must be ensured, and international humanitarian law must be respected. However remote, however impossible it may seem today, Israelis and Palestinians must be given the chance to live side by side in peace and security, and there is no other way than to make the two-state solution a reality. There's an absolute need to give the Palestinians hope for the future. This is a sine qua non for peace, stability and security in the region, including, let me repeat, including the long-term security of Israel. And building a fully functioning and sovereign Palestinian state will take concerted efforts by all sides involved, the actors in the wider region, but of course, the international community as a whole. But there is no other option to bring about lasting peace in this turbulent part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, we were already in the second year of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. And since February 2022, Russia has brought violence, misery, and destruction back to the European continent. Tens of thousands have been killed. Millions have been displaced from their homes. The impact on civilian infrastructure and people's lives and livelihoods is colossal. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, who are fighting for their freedom and independence, and for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of their country. And respect for the territorial integrity of all states is the fundamental pillar of international law. It is the cornerstone of the UN Charter. In June, at the Summit on Peace in Ukraine, Greece stood shoulder to shoulder with many other UN member states, calling for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in full respect of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and international integrity within its internationally recognized borders. From the first hours of the Russian aggression, the European Union and its member states rose to the occasion, providing every possible support to the Ukrainians. We're committed to continue to do so. Why? The answer is simple. The war in Ukraine is not simply another local or a regional European conflict. It's a brutal challenge to international stability and to the international rules-based order that the UN stands for. And as such, it concerns the entire global community. Needless to also recall the very concrete impact this war has had on international food security, affecting economies and basic needs of populations around the world, especially in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece has been placed by geography in a complicated neighborhood, and I have repeatedly spoken from this stand on the difficult and at times tense relationship with neighboring Turkey. Over the past year, I have met President Erdogan 6 times, including our recent meeting on the sidelines of this assembly, a couple of days ago. Last December, we signed the Athens Declaration, a document stating our intention to resolve our differences according to the principles of international law and in the spirit of good neighborly relations. And we will continue to explore how to improve bilateral relations with Turkey. There is potential for increased cooperation to tackle common challenges such as climate change and migration. We will continue to keep channels of communication open to diffuse any tension that may arise. Greece is willing to work towards resolving the only major outstanding issue we have with our neighbor, the delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. We have not been able to effectively address this difference for more than 40 years. But this does not mean that it is destined to remain unresolved. And I was glad to hear President Erdogan say that the limitation of maritime zones, in accordance with international law, is to the common interest of the entire region of the Eastern Mediterranean. And I strongly believe that we have today a window of opportunity, and we should be bold enough and wise enough to seize this chance. But if we are to try, we should both adopt a consistent approach in every aspect of our behavior towards each other. On the other hand, when it comes to Cyprus, where this year marked the 50th anniversary of Turkey's illegal invasion and subsequent occupation of over a third of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, we unfortunately see no progress in Turkey's position. This invasion was and remains a violation of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. As Prime Minister of Greece, I reaffirm here today our commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Cyprus and to a solution on the basis of a bizonal bicommunal federation with a single sovereignty, a single citizenship, and a single international personality in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. A two-state solution cannot and will not be accepted. It is simply not a solution. President Christodoulidis gave yesterday from this podium an impassionate and sincere address recalling the violence and trauma of the Cyprus invasion 50 years ago. He also expressed his unwavering commitment to engaging in order to find a solution. And I, for one, have absolute trust in this commitment. He's right to argue that international law cannot be applied à la carte and that history cannot be rewritten or erased. Greece fully supports the efforts of the Secretary General for the resumption of negotiations within this framework. And we call upon Turkey and the Turkish Cypriot community to come to the negotiating table, to at least establish mutual trust and to engage in a frank and honest discussion in pursuit of a mutually acceptable, just and viable solution. And can you imagine how powerful a message for the world community it would send to all those seeking peace in seemingly intractable conflicts around the world if we can find a permanent, viable and just solution to the Cyprus question? Ladies and gentlemen, let me also mention the other side of our neighborhood and its future, the Western Balkans. As the oldest European Union member in the region, Greece has always had a vision for the Western Balkans inside the European Union family. A vision that would reduce tensions and conflict and embed the rule of law and fundamental freedoms, driving development and prosperity for its people. There has been progress, but that progress has not been enough. 21 years after the Thessaloniki agenda, significant challenges remain. And allow me to be very frank. The countries of the Western Balkans need to take the definitive decision to leave behind the traumatic legacy of the past. And the political leadership of the Western Balkans needs to choose by action, not by words, to embrace a European future. By improving democratic governance, consolidating the rule of law and freedom of expression, pursuing difficult internal reforms, and very, very importantly, committing to good neighborly relations. Reviving nationalist narratives and agendas should have no place today in a region on the cusp of joining the EU. And let's start with the basics. International agreements must be respected and implemented fully and in good faith, whether we're talking about Dayton or Prespa or the Belgrade-Pristina agreements. There are disruptors who would like nothing more than to cause new divisions in this sensitive corner of Europe. And it is time to relegate the famous phrase of Winston Churchill that the Balkans produce more history than they can consume once and for all to the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by addressing briefly two issues critical to our shared future: the advent of artificial intelligence and the adverse effects of digital technology, especially on our children and our teenagers. The power of AI seems limitless, a technology with the potential to change our world in a way that will probably surpass the advent of the personal computer, the launch of the mobile phone, or the birth of the World Wide Web. Like steam or electricity before it, AI, as a general technology, presents huge opportunity to transform for good the way we live, we collaborate, we progress as humankind. And if used correctly, it could very well be driving solutions across science, climate change, R&D, medicine. For our governments, AI has enormous power to enhance productivity, facilitate more effective decision-making, and deliver more efficient and higher impact public services. It is indeed a game changer. However, AI also has the potential to do extraordinary harm. Unchecked and in the hands of malign actors, AI could yet become a weapon of control in an uncertain world order. We're already seeing how generative AI is used to create more and more convincing deep fakes designed to spread misinformation and disinformation. And it is not lost on me standing here in this assembly, created to protect peace and security and promote global dialogue, that our world is being shaped by transnational actors in the form of a few very large technology companies with more economic muscle than most of the countries represented here. And this is leading to an imbalance that we must address. Those driving the technologies that are fundamentally reshaping the societies are essentially not accountable, and that needs to change. They, like us, in the end, have a responsibility towards humanity. And unlike with climate change, where we continue to convene globally to discuss national contributions every year within the context of a global problem, with AI there is no such framework. The European Union is trying to rectify that. But just as with climate, the EU alone cannot address this challenge. And here I would like to praise the final report governing AI for humanity, presented just a few days ago by the high-level advisory body on AI established by the Secretary General. The recommendations of this report can truly contribute to an agile and adaptable regime of global governance of AI that helps showcase the benefits of AI and address its risks. Bluntly, if both a compact for the future and a global digital compact we agreed this week are to have any effect, then we may need to put the regulation and application of AI on a global footing. Eventually, what we may need is a COP for AI, with the participation not just of countries, but also of the global technology companies. And this is an issue of the utmost urgency for one additional reason, and let me conclude with that. We are already witnessing the adverse effect of digital technology and AI-driven algorithm on the mental health of our children and our teenagers. It took over a quarter of a century for campaigners to install seatbelts in cars, despite the fact that all the evidence pointed to belts saving lives. We are in a similar situation today when it comes to children and teenagers and their use of digital and social media platforms. Every day, children around the world are being exposed to content that exasperates feelings of loneliness and unrealistic standards of beauty. Frequently, our teenagers are pulled into extremist echo chambers. Bullying, once contained to the real world, now has its virtual twin. It follows children home from school and materializes on phones and tablets and bedrooms. Social media algorithms are constantly improved by AI to keep children online for the maximum amount of time and away from the real world of unsupervised play, and all for the purpose of making money. Countless studies have shown that heavy use of social media is linked to depression, feelings of isolation, sleep deprivation, and addiction. The brains of our children are being rewired and their development changed at an almost unimaginable scale. Yet we do nothing, or very little. That is why I applaud initiatives, such as the one announced by Australia, for putting an age limit on social media use with age verification technologies that cannot be circumvented. Others should follow suit. Technology companies must come to the table and show that they will take tangible and measurable safety and prioritize safety over profits. If they don't, pragmatic solutions like banning devices in our schools, which Greece has implemented as of this year, will be complemented by harsher regulatory responses. Digital technology is no different than any other industry that needs to operate under health and safety regulations. The overarching principle, the golden standard, is one and the same: do no harm. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a rapidly changing world. We cannot let our differences be an excuse for inaction. And as Greece takes its seat on the Security Council, we do so mindful of the importance of our core principles: dialogue, diplomacy, democracy. And this week's summit of the future demonstrates that it is truly possible when we work together to renew multilateral cooperation through these principles. And reiterating the commitment of all member states to the core values of the UN, we can still galvanize international resolve and forge innovative partnerships to address both the world's current and emerging challenges. And Greece stands ready to help the United Nations do its part in the 2 years ahead. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keir Starmer, Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I address the General Assembly today as someone with a deep belief in the principles of this body and the value of international cooperation. I remember reading the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a student. It had a profound impact on me. I spent my career as a lawyer working to protect those rights. And the Declaration still inspires me now as Prime Minister, because it speaks about our inherent dignity, the very essence of what it is to be human, of equal and inalienable rights, based on a foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Yet as we meet here today, that can feel like a distant hope. Conflict touches more countries now than at any time in the history of this Assembly. Around the world, more fires are breaking out and burning with ever greater intensity, exacting a terrible toll. In Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Yemen, and beyond. The vast majority of humanitarian need in the world today is driven by conflict. After 20 years of gains in tackling poverty, disease, and in health, war is one of the main regions that progress has stalled. That is a catastrophe made by human hands. It has weakened the cause of cooperation, sowed political division between North and South, and turned the geopolitical dial away from the rule of law towards brute force and aggression. And this matters to us all. It matters to the British people. My government was elected to change Britain, to deliver national missions on higher growth, safer streets, cleaner energy, more opportunity, and a healthier society. But behind every one of these missions sits another insight, something that used to be unspoken, but now needs to be said, that we recognize that our success in Britain can never be separated from events beyond our shores. Global challenges rebound on us at home, and to grapple only with the effects of war, poverty, climate change, pandemics, or irregular migration when they arrive on our doorstep is to set ourselves up to fail. We must work with others to solve these problems at root, to tackle the causes. Britain is stronger when we do so. So we are changing our approach on the global stage too. My message today is this: we are returning the UK to responsible global leadership, because I think the international system can be better. We need it to be better. People talk about an age of polarization, impunity, instability, an unraveling of the UN Charter. And I fear that a sense of fatalism has taken hold. But our task is to say, no, we won't accept this slide into greater and greater conflict, instability, and injustice. Instead, we will do all we can to change it. This is the moment to reassert fundamental principles and our willingness to defend them, to recommit to the UN, to internationalism, to the rule of law, to work together for peace, progress, and equality. Because it is right, yes, absolutely, but also because it is plainly in our self-interest. So we are ready to step up in a spirit of respect and equal partnership. I don't claim that solving these problems is easy, but there are positive, practical things that we can do together. This starts with addressing the rising tide of conflict and preventing a regional war in the Middle East. I call on Israel and Hezbollah, stop the violence, step back from the brink. We need to see an immediate ceasefire to provide space for a diplomatic settlement. And we are working with all partners to that end, because further escalation serves no one. It offers nothing but more suffering for innocent people on all sides and the prospect of a wider war that no one can control and with consequences that none of us can foresee. This is intimately linked with the situation in Gaza, where again we need to see an immediate ceasefire. It shames us all that the suffering in Gaza continues to grow. The answer is diplomacy, the release of all the hostages and the unfettered flow of aid to those in need. That is the only way to break this devastating cycle of violence and begin the journey towards a political solution for the long term, which delivers the long-promised Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. We must also work together for peace in Sudan and a proper response to the worst humanitarian crisis in the world today. We need to see greater action to deliver aid and to deliver peace. The world cannot look away, and we must stand up for international law, and that's why we are so resolute in our support for Ukraine. They are exercising their right to self-defense as provided for under the UN Charter and recognized by 141 members of this Assembly. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, because the alternative would be to confirm the worst claims about this place, that international law is merely a paper tiger and that aggressors can do what they will. We will never let that happen, because it is our duty to respond to a more dangerous world with strength, to keep our people safe. But alone, that's not enough. That's not the limit of our responsibility. We must also work together to make the world less dangerous. And so we have to face some hard truths. The institutions of peace are struggling, underfunded, under pressure, and over-politicized. The entire framework of arms control and counter-proliferation, painstakingly constructed after decades, has begun to fall away. Iran continues to expand its nuclear activity in violation of its international commitments. Incredible new technologies like AI are being deployed for military use without agreed rules. These are difficult challenges to grip and too urgent to ignore. That's why the new Pact for the Future is so important. We must put new energy and creativity into conflict resolution and conflict prevention, reverse the trend towards ever greater violence, make the institutions of peace fit for purpose, and hold members to their commitments under the UN Charter. But again, reducing conflict is not the limit of our responsibility. Other global challenges impact us too. So we must work to get the SDGs back on track. So, Mr. President, under my leadership, the UK will lead again, tackling climate change at home and internationally, and restoring our commitment to international development. Like many of you, in a few weeks' time, I will be travelling to Samoa for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, where a generation of children are having to contemplate fleeing their island of their birth for good. The threat of climate change is existential, and it's happening in the here and now. So we have to reset Britain's approach. We have lifted the de facto ban on onshore wind in England, ended new oil and gas licenses, and created Great British Energy as we become the first major economy to transition to clean power by 2030. And I'm pleased to tell you that, yes, we will meet our net zero target, backed up with an ambitious NDC at COP29, consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. And we'll support others to do the same. I know that finance is at the heart of this, So the UK will continue to be a leading contributor to international climate finance that includes supporting nature and forests, because this is vital for biodiversity and reducing emissions. And it includes funding for climate adaptation, because those who did not cause this crisis should not be left to cope with the consequences. And the UK will also continue to be a leading contributor to development, committed to returning to 0.7% when fiscal circumstances allow. But let's be frank, public finance will never fully meet the needs, so we must use it as a multiplier to unlock much greater levels of private investment, and we have already started this work. I can announce today that we're creating a new facility, the British International Investment, which will work with the City of London to mobilise billions in pension and insurance funds to invest in boosting development and fighting climate change. This is a great British innovation, and if we're going to deliver in each of the areas I've talked about today, with all the benefits that we'll bring, then this is the kind of approach that we need to take, innovating, thinking differently, moving faster, and being ready to change how we do things in 3 key areas. First, we must change the international financial system to deliver a fairer deal for developing countries. We will use our seat on the boards of the IMF and the World Bank to argue for a bolder approach to tackle unsustainable debt, which is compounding poverty and inequality, depriving the sick of healthcare and children of education. We must tackle the barriers to investment, which choke off the flow of private finance, and we must put a price on the true cost of emissions through a new levy on global shipping, with the proceeds going to tackle climate change and cut emissions even further. Crucially, we need to accelerate reform of the multilateral development banks so that they shoulder more risk, unlocking hundreds of billions more to help the poorest and build a low-carbon global economy. A critical milestone in the fight against poverty is approaching, with the replenishment of the International Development Association. This is the chance for everyone to show greater ambition so the IDA can be a bigger and better, helping more people, especially those in fragile states and conflict zones. On that basis, we will be ambitious too. We will increase our pledge and play our part in seizing the potential of this moment. Second, if we want the system to deliver for the poorest and most vulnerable, then their voices must be heard. We need to make the system more representative and more responsive to those who need it most. So we will make the case, not just for fairer outcomes, but fairer representation in how we reach them. And this also applies to the Security Council. It has to change to become a more representative body, willing to act, not paralysed by politics. We want to see permanent African representation on the Council. Brazil, India, Japan and Germany as permanent members, and more seats for elected members as well. Finally, to support this, we will also change how the UK does things, moving from the paternalism of the past towards partnership for the future. Listening a lot more, speaking a bit less, offering game-changing British expertise, and working together in the spirit of equal respect. Joining the Paris Pact for People and Planet, pursuing a new global clean power allowance, standing for the new term on the Human Rights Council, and joining forces to tackle the toughest challenges, like antimicrobial resistance, preparedness for the next pandemic, and outbreaks of deadly diseases like Mpox. We are ready to work with all UN members because the scale of the challenges we face demands it, and our prosperity and security depends on it. I say it again, all this matters to Britain. Mr. President, by tackling conflict, making progress in the fight against climate change and poverty, and reforming the international system so that it's fit for the 21st century, we can realise the hope and the promise that shine through the founding documents of this organisation. Together, in all our interests, we can change direction from the dangerous, destructive path we find ourselves on and turn instead towards the rule of law, towards cooperation, responsibility and progress, towards peace. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency K.P. Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here as a humble representative of 30 million proud Nepali people. At the very outset, allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to you, Mr. President, and distinguished members of the Bureau on your well-deserved elections. I would also like to reaffirm Nepal's full support as you undertake the important responsibilities entrusted to you. We extend our deepest appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Denis Francis, and the outgoing President, for his commendable leadership in successfully guiding the 78th session of the Assembly. Our highest accolades are due to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless dedication to reinforcing multilateralism and tackling global challenges. I fondly recall your visit to Nepal last year, Mr. Secretary General, and your message of peace from the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, and the message of climate catastrophe of mountains from the Everest region. Mr. President, the world is at a watershed moment in history. The contrast between rich and poor, harmony and hatred, and economic development and environmental destruction have never been as stark as they are today. Both people and planet stand on the brink of climate catastrophe. Geographical rivalries are resurging. Military expenditures are skyrocketing along with an unabated arms race. The specter of nuclear conflict looms larger than ever, even before. On the one hand, our economy remains frail, still grappling with the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other, nationalism and protectionism have re-emerged. Even before we have reaped the benefits that liberalism and globalization were meant to deliver. Even after 300 years of industrialization and modernization journey, it is deeply troubling that in our so-called civilized world of 21st century, wealth and prosperity are concentrated mostly at the hand of global north, and the poverty and destitution are heavily concentrated in the global south. particularly in the least developed countries. To overcome these travesties, we must demonstrate our leadership that promotes meaningful cooperation and collaboration. It is only through collective will and unified action that we can turn the tide and usher in an era of enduring peace and shared prosperity for all. In this context, the theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, could not be more timely or relevant. We have reaffirmed our commitment through the Summit of the Future to build a safe, just, and sustainable world for both present and future generations. This pledge is embodied in the three pivotal documents we have adopted: Pact of the Future, Declaration on Future Generation, and the Global Digital Compact. We must demonstrate our determination to implement these documents for the well-being of present and future generations. Mr. President, allow me to underline that the principle of leaving no one behind has long been the cornerstone of Nepal's approach to development across all sectors. This philosophy is enshrined in our Constitution, which upholds the values of democracy by guaranteeing inclusivity, equality, justice, proportional representation, human rights, and social protection for the most vulnerable sections of society. I am determined to lead my country with my deep conviction to comprehensive democracy. For me, comprehensive democracy ensures equal rights, equal access to opportunities, social justice, protects the vulnerable communities, and provides the security and dignity for all individuals. Democracy goes far beyond the right of the people to choose their leaders. It is about leading the people towards prosperity and happiness so that they could feel highest level of dignity. At the international level, sovereign equality and mutual respect constitute the backdrop of comprehensive democracy. These principles are essential for building the frameworks of a just, inclusive, equitable, representative, and accountable global order. Mr. President, as a nation emerging from conflict, Nepal deeply understands the profound value of peace and political stability. Since the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Accord in 2006, Nepal has been firmly focused on completing the peace process at the earliest. Immediately after the formation of my government, Parliament passed a transitional justice bill to settle transitional justice issue once and for all. While we implement the law, we will uphold victims' rights, including truth and justice. We will also use reparations and reconciliation to heal the wounds and scars of conflict period. We appreciate support from international community, including the UN system, in this regard. The present government, formed by the collaboration of our two major political parties, is determined to secure stability while driving economic transformation for the inclusive and equitable prosperity to our people. At this juncture, stability and economic transformation are paramount to us than our periodic competition in elections. We have dedicated ourselves to realizing our national aspiration, prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. Nepal will be graduating from its LDC status by 2026. We are diligently working towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals SDGs by 2030 and aspire as become a developed country by 2043, despite facing significant economic headwinds. However, our path to achieving the SDGs remains fraught with difficulties. We are confronted with a substantial financial gap of about 24 billion US dollars to attain the 2030 agenda. In this backdrop, Nepal hosted the IDA 21 replenishment meeting last June, underscoring the crucial need for continued and enhanced support from the International Development Association along with other development partners. In this pursuit, we strongly reiterate our call for enhanced, predictable, and sustained international support. Mr. President, climate change has emerged as the gravest threat to our planet, people, and prosperity. My own country, Nepal, is particularly hard hit. We stand as one of the most vulnerable nations to climate change and are ranked as the 20th most disaster-prone country in the world. Of utmost concern is the alarming rate at which the pristine Himalayas, often referred to as the third pole, are losing their vast snow reserves. This loss threatens water availability for billions of people living downstream, extending far beyond the borders of my country. Nepal has usually been contributing to the health of our planet through its forests, mountains, and rivers. Yet, despite these efforts, we continue to bear the brunt of climate change. In this context, we call for climate justice. Our mountains play a crucial role in regulating the climate and ecosystem of oceans with their snow-fed rivers flowing down to the oceans. Nepal's Himalayas, as a natural climate stabilizer, help maintain a cooling system in a region situated in the hottest zone of the planet between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Given their significance, it is essential that the mountain agenda should receive the due attention in climate negotiations. Nepal is steadfast in its commitment to the Paris Agreement and aims to achieve net zero target by 2045, 5 years earlier than global target. As climate change is a global challenge, it demands global action and collaborative efforts to address its widespread and cascading impacts. Adequate climate financing, including loss and damage fund, is crucial to support climate resilient measures and infrastructure for adaptation in developing countries, not least in LDCs. Mr. President, Nepal's land is blessed with the wisdom of enlightened great sages from both the Hindu and Buddhist faith, particularly the teachings of Gautam Buddha. This profound legacy has shaped our worldview to seek global harmony, peace, and security. The values of love, harmony, tolerance, and empathy, as espoused by Gautam Buddha, hold even greater relevance today than they did over 2,500 years ago. But to our deep dismay, the world is increasingly distressed by division, suspicion, hatred, and enmity. Nepal firmly believes that dialogue and diplomacy are the sole means to resolve conflicts, including in Ukraine and Middle East. It is through love and compassion that hostility and hatred can be overcome, paving the way for lasting peace. On the issue of Israel-Palestine conflict, we continue to support a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist peacefully and securely within internationally recognized borders, in line with relevant United Nations resolutions. We must address the worsening humanitarian crisis in regions like such as Libya, Syria, Sudan, South Sudan, Yemen, and elsewhere. It is vital to uphold the principles of sovereign equality, non-interference as enshrined in the UN Charter, to ensure peace and stability. Consequently, we sternly oppose any form of unilateral intervention or sanctions. Mr. President, disarmament and non-proliferation issues must be prioritized. Nepal strongly advocates for the general and complete disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction. As the host country to the UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal firmly believes that regional efforts, including the Kathmandu process, serve to strengthen the global disarmament regime. Technology presents a double-edged sword, especially for the least developed countries. If we harness it, we can make remarkable progress. If we fail, it will leave us further behind. We call for technology transfer to enable us to catch up. Mr. President, Nepal has always adhered to a peaceful, independent, balanced, and non-aligned foreign policy based on the principles of Panchashil, the UN Charter, international law, and norms of world peace. We conduct our foreign policy with profound belief in amity with all, enmity with none. Nepal remains committed to further strengthening its close, cordial, and constructive relations with its immediate neighbors and beyond, rooted in the principles of mutual respect, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, and peaceful coexistence. As the largest contributor of troops and police to UN peace operations, Nepal stands ready to further enhance its contribution to global peace and security. Nepal believes it is our rightful call for having commensurate representation in the leadership positions both at the UN headquarters and in the field, reflecting our significant contribution. Mr. President, Nepal firmly advocates for the reform of the UN system to make it more effective, democratic, transparent, and accountable. We firmly believe that stronger multilateralism with the United Nations at its core is the only path forward to tackle the numerous global crises we face. We echo a call for substantial reform of the global financial system as aptly described it by Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres as morally bankrupt. The voice and representation of countries in special situations, including the LDCs, landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, and small island developing states must be ensured. Mr. President, Nepal firmly upholds the belief that all human rights are universal, unalienable, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. It is with this conviction that we have become a party to 24 international human rights related conventions and protocols, including 7 of the 9 core instruments. We are fully committed to promoting gender equality and ensuring equal rights for women. Nepal is making necessary legal arrangements for the full realization of all human rights for women and girls, including their sexual and reproductive health rights. Protection of the rights of migrant workers, including their safety, security, dignity, and well-being, has always remained our priority. We strongly advocate so far orderly and regularly migration to ensure that the benefits of migration are shared by all. Finally, Mr. President, the world we inhabit is far from being perfect. Yet, it is not all doom and gloom. We firmly believe that humankind is still capable enough to march ahead without compromising the prosperity and happiness of future generations. None of the global challenges we are facing today have been imposed by alliance. These are our own makings, our own creations. Therefore, it is self-evident that by fostering global understanding, trust, and cooperation, we can overcome these problems and challenges. A just, inclusive, and equitable world order, as well as sustained prosperity and attainable when we collaborate effectively. Let me resonate the wisdom of our ancient text, the Maha Upanishad, from around the 6th century BC, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the whole world is one family. We not only hold this philosophy dearly, but we also act it on our everyday life. With this constant conviction, Nepal is committed to playing its role to secure our shared aspiration of enduring peace, progress, and prosperity while leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Nepal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Winston Peters, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Minister for Raising of New Zealand.
Mr. President, nearly 80 years ago, nations exhausted from the cataclysmic World War came together in San Francisco to create the United Nations Charter. Forged in the immediate aftermath of that war, then New Zealand Prime Minister Peter Fraser held the greatest hopes for the Charter's success, which he believed would be predicated on, quotes, the sincerity and moral determination of its members. But the beginning is a delicate time, and Fraser was a realist. He understood the Charter was imperfect. From the earliest debates in San Francisco, New Zealand fought against the veto rights bestowed upon the great powers. Fraser warned that, and I quote him, "The veto which can be exercised by one of the great powers, both in regard to itself and other nations, is unfair and indefensible, and may, if retained and exercised, be destructive not only of the main purposes of the international organisation, but of the institution itself. Fraser knew that the United Nations Charter could only be secured with the Great Powers Agreement, and though he considered the Charter imperfect, he thought those imperfections could be overcome if the spirit of San Francisco is carried into the operation of the Charter. The spirit of San Francisco incorporated the hope that the great powers behave prudently, for as Winston Churchill said, the price of greatness is responsibility. But today the spirit that created the United Nations Charter is sagging under the weight of its own potted history. Power waxes and wanes, so yesterday's great powers, today's permanent members of the Security Council, are challenged by periods of competition or worse, abuse of the veto. This has serious implications for all members and the conduct of our foreign affairs. While some permanent members exercise restraint in their use of the veto, others consistently and frequently abuse this power. When Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, illegally invaded its neighbour, it did not just violate Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter, it acted in utter contempt of the Charter. Russia then vetoed a draft Security Council resolution condemning its actions and calling for the immediate withdrawal of its forces from Ukraine. Not only does Russia lack the sincerity and moral determination required to make the United Nations work, but its delinquency should be a clarion call for long overdue Security Council reform. As Prime Minister Fraser said back in 1946, when referring to the veto's risks, quotes, "It is very bad if one nation can hold up the advancement of mankind," unquote. The world of 2024 looks very unlike the one of 1945. And so our collective institutions need to evolve and reflect contemporary realities. We need a United Nations Security Council that looks more like today's world. And we need veto reform. Tensions and imbalances between the desire for a rules-based international order that protects small states against aggression and the unjustified exercise of power by certain great powers have only grown these past 8 decades. Yet small states matter now as much as they did then. New Zealand holds the foundational belief that all states are equal and that our voices matter as much as the most powerful states represented here. It is the quality of our arguments and the principles of justice that inform them, not the size of our militaries, that should hold sway here. We smaller nations face many of the same challenges and share the same concerns. As my colleague from Singapore, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, put it at this year's East Asia Summit Foreign Ministers meeting in Laos, the problem for us is that every small state that wants territorial integrity to be respected, that wants its political independence to be guarded, that depends on the UN Charter to plan long-term, must view an invasion of a smaller neighbour by a larger neighbour as full frontal point of anxiety. We agree. We small states need today's superpowers to talk more, seek better understanding between themselves, and develop ways of compromising more, rather than a zero-sum game affecting better relations between today's great powers only enhances global stability, and that is what we, smaller nations, seek. The regional and global challenges we face are stark, the worst the world has faced since World War II. The challenges are complex and daunting. Across the globe, armed conflict is once more on the rise. Hard-fought development gains are being reversed. Human rights challenges and eroded, and geostrategic tensions are threatening global security and stability. Growing distrust and division is making international cooperation more difficult, placing the United Nations under strain and hindering the organization's ability to find effective solutions. The world is facing a myriad of regional and global crises. We see multiple intersecting and mutually reinforcing crises of conflict, climate change, and increasingly a crisis of trust in our institutions. So the challenges we face in the General Assembly are stark, indeed the worst in several generations. They also reinforce the truism that the global geostrategic and security challenges faced in one era do not remain static. The world has changed, and so must we. Indeed, each generation of decision makers confronts new challenges as economics, demographics, technologies and societies evolve, as do the power calculations that accompany disruptive change. Old truths give way to new ones. The trick now, as it was then, is to have one's eyes wide open upon and about the fundamental shifts that are taking place and be nimble enough to adapt to them. The need to adapt to changing historical contexts is also important and incumbent on the United Nations and its organizations. The rise of many lateral agreements is one sign of countries increasingly working together outside of the United Nations. Another is the cirrhosis around necessary veto reform. In the 10 months since returning for a third time as New Zealand's Foreign Minister, we have spoken widely with colleagues right across the globe. Summing up these discussions in a recent speech in Tokyo, we said that never has it been more apparent just how much diplomacy and the tools of statecraft matter in our troubled world. And since war and instability is everyone's calamity, diplomacy is the business of us all. We observed that at this moment in time, the ability to talk with rather than at each other has never been more needed. Those who share our values and those who do not gain from the understanding each other's position. And when we cannot agree, from understanding comes opportunity, and from diplomacy comes compromise, the building block of better relations between nations. We need more diplomacy, more engagement, and more compromise. As Churchill also said in his later years, quotes, meeting jaw to jaw is better than war, unquotes. Never has it been more apparent just how much political leadership is required to respond to the international challenges we face. Leadership is needed to restore trust in our domestic and international institutions, forge unity, and fill the gaps when the international community, through the United Nations, proves unable to. So, what does that leadership look like? It is leadership that can discern future opportunity while understanding but not being trapped by historical constraints. It is leadership that is underpinned by a leader's strength of character, their courage, their purpose, and a commitment to educate, not dominate their citizens. Given he will turn 100 years in the next few days, we recall with admiration such leadership exhibited by then President Jimmy Carter in 1978, in concert with Egypt's President Anwar Sadat and Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. They talked for 11 straight days at Camp David from which emerged the Middle East peace accords between Egypt and Israel. That peace has endured, and New Zealand is proud as a foundational member of the multinational force and observers to have supported that peace since 1982. The accord reveals what is possible when leaders exhibit sincerity and moral determination, imbued by the spirit of San Francisco. We need more of this type of leadership and responsibility. Contrast that leadership with the catastrophic and ruinous path that has been followed in Gaza. This misery was caused by both Hamas' monstrous terrorist attack last year and now the overwhelming nature of Israel's response. We are most concerned about the generational consequences of this level of suffering and violence, with no end in sight, and which sees us on the precipice of an even wider conflict. Where is the sincerity and moral determination of today's leaders at the vortex of this unacceptable violence? New Zealand has sacrificed many of its young men to wars in faraway lands. Fully 10% of the total population of New Zealand fought in the Great War, and we lost a fifth of them. So every year on the 25th of April, we commemorate their loss at Gallipoli, the site of terrible carnage. This year, in a dawn address, we recalled that despite the horror of that war on the Gallipoli Peninsula, fraternal bonds were forged between warring nations. Countries who were once enemies became friends. New Zealand never wants to experience the catastrophe of another world war. We must never be at another San Francisco conference picking up the pieces after another descent into global annihilation and human suffering. So we must do more, demand more, and deliver more. We must reject and resist those who seek to conquer and control. We must always seek the path of peace, because the lasting victories of humanity are those of peace, not war. Finally, despite our frustration at the lack of political will required to adapt this organisation to fully meet the challenges of today, New Zealand's support for the United Nations remains unwavering. That commitment is unchanged from when Prime Minister Fraser expressed his great hopes for the Charter 8 decades ago. We believe effective multilateral diplomacy means taking responsibility for our obligations as member states. So to that end, we announced today New Zealand's intention as a voice for smaller states to campaign for a seat on the Security Council for the 2039-40 term. That intention is supported by our enduring hope that the spirit of San Francisco can be reclaimed through the sincerity and moral determination of our diplomatic efforts, and that we can all do better, and that it reinforces our enduring support for the United Nations and the cause of peace. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for Racing of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mbaye Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, responsible for the Arab world, diaspora, the Francophonie and African integration of the Comoros.
Excellencies, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Majesty,
Excellences,
Highness,
Mesdames et Messieurs les
Excellencies,
chefs de
ladies and gentlemen,
délégation,
heads of delegation,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and
Assalamu
gentlemen,
alaikum wa
Assalamu
rahmatullahi ta'ala wa
alaikum.
barakatuh. J'ai l'honneur de vous
It
transmettre
is my honor to
les
convey
chaleureuses
to you
salutations de
the warm
Son
greetings
Excellence,
of
Monsieur
His
Azali
Excellency,
Assoumani,
Mr. Azali
Président de l'Union des Comores,
President of the Union of the
ainsi que ce
Comoros,
vœu de plein
as well
succès et
as his wishes
réussite
for every
dans la conduite de
success
ces
in
travaux
the
d'importance
conduct of
planétaire.
this work which is of global
Permettez-moi tout
significance.
d'abord
First and
d'exprimer
foremost,
aux
I wish to
autorités
convey
américaines,
to the
au nom
authorities
de
of
la
the United
délégation
States, on
comorienne,
behalf of our delegation,
sincères remerciements
our
pour
warm
l'accueil chaleureux
gratitude for
que nous ont
the warm
réservé à New York
welcome from
dans
you
le cadre de notre
in New
participation
York
à
during
cette
our
79e
participation
session de
during this
l'Assemblée générale
79th
des
session
Nations
of the
Unies.
United Nations General
Je
Assembly.
voudrais ensuite
I
adresser
wish
une chaleureuse
to
félicitation
also
Son
convey my
Excellence, Monsieur
warm greetings
Philomon
to
Yang,
His Excellency
pour sa brillante
Philemon
élection
Yang on
à la présidence de
his
79e
election
session
and his,
ordinaire
we
de l'Assemblée
welcome
générale
his
des
election
Nations
to the
Unies
presidency of the
et lui dire
79th session of the
combien
General
nous nous
Assembly.
sentons honorés
And I
en
wish
tant
to
qu'Africains
tell
par cette
him
présidence.
that we as Africans are honored
Je
by
rends
his
d'autre part
presidency.
un hommage
I
mérité
wish to
à Son
pay
Excellence,
a
Monsieur
warm
Denis
tribute to
Francis,
His Excellency,
pour son
Mr.
leadership
Dennis
avisé et
Francis,
son
for
engagement
his
en faveur de la
wise,
paix et du développement
skillful
durant la
stewardship and his
présidence de la 78e
commitment to
session
peace and development
dont
during his
il a
presidency
parfaitement
of the
dirigé
78th session
travaux.
of the General Assembly, the
J'adresse enfin,
proceedings of which were
au nom
steered
de mon
by
pays,
him.
tous les
And
remerciements à
lastly,
Son
on behalf of my
Excellence,
country, I
Monsieur
wish
Antonio
to
Guterres,
thank His Excellency,
secrétaire général de
Mr.
l'ONU,
Antonio Guterres,
pour son
United
investissement
Nations
au service
Secretary
de la
General,
paix
for
et du
his
développement.
commitment to peace and development.
Monsieur le Président, cette session de l'Assemblée
this
générale de l'ONU
session
s'ouvre encore
of the
une
United
fois un
Nations
moment
General
particulièrement
Assembly
délicat
is
de la vie de
opening
la
once again
communauté
at a
internationale.
delicate time in
Depuis le
the
22
life of the
février
international
2022,
community. Since the 22nd
la
of
guerre en
February
Ukraine
2022, the war
ne
in
cesse de
Ukraine
ravager
has
deux grands pays européens,
continued to ravage
mettant en
two
danger
great
l'équilibre du
European
monde.
countries, imperiling
Au nom de l'Union des
the
Comores,
well-being and the balance,
j'implore les
and disrupting the
dirigeants
balance
russes et
of the
ukrainiens
world. On behalf of
à
our
emprunter le chemin
country,
du
I
dialogue et de la
urge the Russian
négociation
and Ukrainian leaders
Je les
to embrace the
sollicite
path of dialogue and
pour leur peuple,
negotiations. This is
pour
a
la marque
wish
qu'ils laisseront
from
dans
us to
l'histoire,
their peoples,
mais aussi parce que le
to
cessez-le-feu
ensure
d'abord, la paix
vis-à-vis
ensuite,
the mark that
sont
will
les
be left in
conditions
history, but also
indispensables
we
d'un
advocate a
apaisement
ceasefire,
économique
first
et
and foremost,
social et
peace
alimentaire
as
pour le
well.
monde
These
entier,
are
et en
prerequisites
particulier
for
pour l'Afrique,
peace,
qui
economic and
souffre
social,
de
and
tant de ce conflit.
food-related development for
Parlant
the
de la
entire world,
Palestine,
in particular in Africa, which
vie
has
de
been
réalité
plagued
vécue
by
au
conflict.
quotidien,
I now turn to Palestine.
doute
In light of
que nous
the
ne sommes pas dans une
realities
logique de
endured on a
légitime
day-to-day
défense.
basis, there is no
Cette
doubt
guerre
that
marquée
we
par
are
une
not
disproportion des
seeing
forces,
legitimate
ciblant en
defense.
majorité des
This
innocents,
war has been
n'était autre
punctuated
que
by
génocide
disproportionate use of
perpétré
force,
par les forces
largely
israéliennes à
targeting
Gaza,
innocent
et
people.
que nous faut
This
condamner,
is the
auquel
purest
il
form
est
of
urgent de
genocide
mettre
perpetrated
un
by the
terme.
Israeli forces in Gaza, which we condemn, and there's an urgent need to
Les
bring
affres
this to an
subies par le
end.
peuple de
The
Palestine
horrors endured
se
by the people in
traduisent à nos jours
Palestine have
par la mort
been
de plus de
reflected
40 000 personnes,
in our daily
dont des
reality
femmes et
as we
des enfants
see the deaths
innocents,
of more than
plus de 40 000
40,000
blessés,
people, including women and
des
innocent
déplacements
children,
forcés,
more than
des milliers de
100,000
personnes
injured people,
dans
forced
des conditions
displacements of
inhumaines,
thousands of people
une
under
destruction
inhumane conditions,
systématique des
as well as the
hôpitaux et
systematic
de logements
destruction
sociaux.
of hospitals and
L'Union des Comores, tout
residential
en
buildings.
réitérant son
Our
entière
country
solidarité et son
reaffirms our full
soutien sans faille
solidarity and our
à l'endroit
steadfast
du peuple
support
frère de Palestine,
to the
lance un
fraternal
appel
people of
pressant
Palestine.
à
We
la communauté
beseech the
internationale
international
afin
community
d'agir pour
to
une
act
cessation immédiate
for an
des
immediate
hostilités
cessation of
et
hostilities
pour une reprise rapide
and for
de
a
l'acheminement
rapid
de l'aide
resumption
humanitaire.
of the delivery of
Nous
humanitarian
appelons
assistance.
aussi à une solution
Furthermore,
juste et
we
durable,
call for a
fondée sur
fair
le droit
and lasting
international,
solution
les
rooted in
résolutions
international law
pertinentes des Nations
and the
Unies.
relevant resolutions of the
Nous
United
exhortons en
Nations.
particulier
We
la communauté
specifically call
internationale
upon the international
à œuvrer
community
rapidement
to work
en vue de
quickly
parvenir à une solution
to
à deux États,
arrive at the
un État
two-state
palestinien
solution
souverain
that of two
avec
states,
Jérusalem
a
Est comme
sovereign
capitale,
Palestinian state with
et
East
vivant
Jerusalem
côte
as
à
its
côte en
capital,
parfaite
living
sécurité avec
side by
Israël.
side in full security
Nous
with
saluons
Israel. We
l'admission de
applaud
l'État de
the
Palestine
admission of the
en
State
tant que
of
membre de plein droit de l'ONU,
as a full-fledged
à
member
sa
of the United
participation aux
Nations,
travaux de
as
l'ONU,
well as its
à
participation
compte de la
in the
présente
work of the United
session.
Nations, beginning with this session.
Je rappelle
I
aussi
also wish to
que
recall
la situation est
that
également très
the
grave en
situation
Cisjordanie.
in the West Bank is
Et comme le
also
souligne le
of
cardinal
great
Pizzaballa,
concern, and as has been stressed by
patriarche
Cardinal
latin de
Pizzaballa,
Jérusalem,
Latin
ce qui se
Patriarch of
passe est un
Jerusalem,
exemple
what is
palpable et
transpiring
concret dont la façon
is a
dont la haine,
palpable and concrete
le
example of
ressentiment,
how
le
hatred,
mépris ont
resentment,
conduit à des formes
contempt
de violence
have
de plus en
unleashed
plus
forms of
extrêmes et
violence
de
that are
plus en plus
increasingly
difficiles à
extreme
contenir.
and increasingly difficult to
La situation
contain.
au Soudan
The situation in the
retient
Sudan
également toute
is
notre attention.
also a focus
Nous
of our
appelons les deux
attention.
parties au
We
conflit
call
à la
upon
retenue
the two parties to the
pour
conflict to
épargner
exercise
les
restraint,
populations
to
des affres de cette guerre qui,
their
pour des frères,
populations from the
n'a que
horrors of this
trop duré.
war, which for fraternal peoples has lasted for
S'agissant
far
du Sahara
too long.
occidental,
I now turn to Western
l'Union des
Sahara.
Comores
The
estime
Union of the
que le plan
Comoros
d'autonomie de
believes
ces
that
territoires au
the
sein
autonomy
du
plan for
royaume
this territory
charifiant
within the Sharifian
présenté de
Kingdom,
2007
submitted in
par les autorités
2007
marocaines,
by the Moroccan authorities,
constitue le moyen le
is
plus sûr
the surest
de
way
parvenir à un règlement durable
at
des
a
conflits
lasting settlement to
anachroniques
the anachronistic
dont la
conflict.
perpétuation
The
serait
perpetuation of
contraire
this
aux
conflict
intérêts
runs counter
même des populations
to the
concernées,
interest of the
au
peoples
développement
concerned
économique
and
de toute la
thwarts
région.
the economic development of the entire
Mon pays
region.
appelle donc
My country,
les
therefore,
parties
calls
prenantes
upon the
à y adhérer
stakeholders
et
to
enjoint la
embrace
communauté
this.
internationale
We urge the
de leur
international community
apporter
to
son soutien.
extend its support
Je
for
voudrais
this.
d'autre part
On the other
souligner
hand,
que le
I
droit
wish to
international et
stress
l'ouverture au
that
dialogue
international law and openness to
doivent
dialogue
prévaloir
need to
dans
prevail
l'appréhension des problèmes
with
et
a
surtout
grasp of the
politiques.
problems, but
Il en
particularly
va de
political
même
issues. The
concernant
same
le respect de
applies
l'intégrité
to respect
territoriale
for
des États.
the territorial integrity of
Aussi
states.
s'agissant de la question de l'île
And
comorienne de
as for the
Mayotte,
question of the
je
Comoran
voudrais
island of
rappeler
Mayotte, let us
que l'unité
recall
comorienne
that
est une
Comoran
réalité
unity is
fondée
a
sur des données
reality based
ethno-géographiques,
on
linguistiques,
ethno-geographic,
religieuses,
linguistic,
économiques,
religious, and
malgré
economic
le caractère
data,
insulaire du
despite
pays.
the fact that this
cela
is an
s'ajoute
island nation,
un
and this
attachement
is in
du pays au
addition to the
principe
country's
sacro-saint
commitment
du droit
to the
international,
sacrosanct
des
principles of
résolutions
international
pertinentes des
law
Nations Unies,
and to the
lesquelles
resolutions of the
reconnaissent
United
la souveraineté des
Nations, which
Comores
recognize
sur
the
l'île de
sovereignty
Mayotte.
of Comoros
Ainsi,
over the island of
J'ai
Mayotte.
saisi l'occasion de
I
ma
therefore
présence
wish to take this
sur
opportunity,
cette tribune des
being
Nations
present
Unies,
here on the
symbole
rostrum
du
of the General
multilatéralisme par
Assembly,
excellence,
eminent
pour
symbol of
réaffirmer
multilateralism,
la
to
constance du
reaffirm
gouvernement
the
comorien
steadfast
dans sa volonté de
desire
respecter le
of
droit
the government of
et son
Comoros to
ouverture au
respect
dialogue
law,
pour ce
rule
différend
of
qui
law,
oppose
and our
l'Union
openness to
des Comores à la
dialogue
France
when it comes to this
afin de
dispute
parvenir à une
pitting the
solution
kingdom of
juste et durable
pitting the Union of
capable de
Comoros against
préserver les
France.
intérêts partagés
And this is
entre
important
nos deux
to
pays
achieve a
amis.
fair, lasting solution to safeguard the shared
L'Union des
interests
Comores
of our friendly
réitère son adhésion
countries.
à la
The
résolution
Union of
adoptée par le
Comoros
sommet de
reiterates our
l'avenir,
commitment to the
tenu ce
declaration
22
adopted
septembre
at the Summit for the
2024,
Future, which was held on
marge des
22
travaux de cette
September
Assemblée générale
on
des
the
Nations Unies.
sidelines of the
Nous
General
plaidons pour
Assembly.
une réelle
We
collaboration
advocate
internationale
meaningful
afin
international cooperation
d'établir des
to
lignes
establish
directrices permettant
guidelines
d'aboutir à
in
des
order
outils
to shape
juridiques
legal tools
garantissant le
guaranteeing
développement et
development
l'utilisation équitable
and
d'une intelligence
equitable use
artificielle
of artificial intelligence
propice au développement de
in
la
order to ensure that
croissance,
this help
de la
to result
productivité,
in
de la
growth,
connaissance
productivity,
partout
and
dans
growth
le
of
monde.
productivity and knowledge
Cette
throughout
résolution
the world.
ouvre,
This
entre
declaration ushers
des
in,
perspectives
inter alia,
prometteuses
promising
dans la prise en compte
prospects
des problèmes
in terms of
spécifiques
taking on
des
board
petits
and
États
tackling
insulaires
specific
en
issues
développement.
faced by small island
Dans ce
developing
cadre,
states.
la
In
conférence
this regard,
SID 4
the
qui
SIDS
s'est
4
tenue en mai
conference,
dernier à
which was
Antigua
held
et
last May
Barbuda,
in Antigua and
a
Barbuda,
marqué elle aussi
also
un nouveau progrès
was an
dans cette prise de
important step
conscience
forward in
universelle.
this universal
C'est aussi
awareness.
parce que nous appelons au strict
And we
respect de
call
l'accord de
for
Paris et
stringent
à un soutien
respect
financier
for
et
the Paris
technique
Agreement,
conséquent
as
que
well
nous
as
attendons avec beaucoup d'intérêt.
meaningful
La
and
prochaine
appropriate
conférence sur
levels
le
of financial and
financement du
technical
développement
support. And
revient en
we
Espagne en
anticipate
2025.
with great
Cette
interest, we
conférence
eagerly anticipate
constituera une opportunité pour les États du Sud de plaider pour les réformes des banques et institutions multilatérales de développement, et d'obtenir en faveur de nos pays un cadre prévisionnel de ressources durables, accessibles, prévisibles. Pour assurer le succès de cet événement, je souhaite que les pays pays concernés au premier chef ne tardent pas à se réunir pour travailler ensemble à la formulation de leurs propositions. Monsieur le Président, la paix et la stabilité politique sont les deux piliers essentiels devant soutenir toute action de développement. Aussi, à la suite des élections du 14 janvier 2024, ayant reconduit son Excellence M. Azali Assoumani à la magistrature suprême du pays, celui-ci s'est attelé à poursuivre la noble mission d'accélérer l'émergence des Comores d'ici 2030. L'engagement du chef de l'État pour accélérer l'émergence du pays s'est traduit par la réalisation des projets phares contenus dans le plan Comores émergents et présenté lors de la conférence de partenaires au développement des Comores tenue à Paris en décembre 2019. Le plan Comores émergents dispose également des projets structurants dont les programmes de développement de l'économie bleue, secteur préporteur qui constitue l'un des moteurs de la transformation économique et sociale. Conscient du rôle crucial de l'économie bleue et en tenant à relever la particularité des États insulaires, mon pays a organisé à Moroni, en juin 2023, sous la présidence comorienne de l'Union africaine, avec l'appui de certains partenaires, la conférence des ministres sur l'économie bleue et l'action climatique sous le thème des États insulaires à l'avant-garde. Celle-ci a vu la participation de tous les États insulaires et côtiers d'Afrique. La déclaration de Moroni, adoptée à l'issue de cette conférence, détermine entre autres les éléments de la feuille de route à exécuter en vue de la prise en compte de la particularité et de la vulnérabilité de ces États par la communauté internationale. La prochaine conférence sur les océans nous offrira l'occasion de présenter la déclaration de Moroni, dont les engagements convergent avec les objectifs mondiaux en matière de développement durable. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement comorien accorde une attention particulière à la jeunesse. Plusieurs initiatives sont en cours pour développer l'entrepreneuriat de jeunes, assurer de meilleures opportunités d'emploi dans les divers secteurs et leur faire jouer un rôle de premier plan dans le développement socio-économique du pays. La promulgation de la loi Un jeune, un emploi traduit cette volonté qui l'anime. L'attachement du chef de l'État de l'Union des Comores à l'épanouissement de la jeunesse, mais aussi la confiance qu'il accorde à cette catégorie de la population pour impulser une dynamique nouvelle en tant que force motrice du pays, l'a conduit à nommer il y a quelques mois un gouvernement majoritairement formé de jeunes cadres. Il a ainsi pris le pari d'engager avec la jeunesse la transformation du pays pour le renouveau des Comores. Au-delà de ce domaine clé, le chef de l'État a également retenu le sport, la culture, l'art et le patrimoine dans son agenda quinquennal, marquant ainsi son intérêt pour ce volet social qui contribue à bien façonner et à bien renforcer notre identité nationale. Aussi, pour ce qui est du sport, au nom du président de l'Union des Comores et de son gouvernement, je rends un vibrant hommage à notre équipe nationale de Sélacan pour les performances qu'il réalise de plus en plus sur le continent à la grande fierté du peuple comorien. Monsieur le Président, les défis qui se posent au monde d'aujourd'hui sont multiples. C'est là une action conjuguée de nous tous pour y faire face. Chaque session qui a lieu, regroupant cette Assemblée, est un espoir pour les peuples de voir se pointer des changements de tout ce qui fait leurs angoisses et leurs appréhensions. Au nom de valeurs nobles qui nous unissent, œuvrons pour transformer ces angoisses en apaisement, ces appréhensions en espoir et surtout en réalisation des aspirations de nos peuples respectifs. Thank you very much for your attention.
To the aspirations of our respective peoples. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, responsible for the Arab world, diaspora, the Francophonie, and African integration of the Comoros. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hassler, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, the UN is a special meeting place for all countries. This is what our head of state said in his very first speech at the UN General Assembly when Liechtenstein became a member 34 years ago. It is a singular forum where not only countries come together, but peoples. I was very young then, just about to enter high school, but I remember vividly the sense of significance that prevailed among us back in 1990. The wish to safeguard our sovereignty was a key incentive for us, a theme that resonates so strongly among many, many small states today. We have never seen membership as just an end in itself. The United Nations has been a key foreign policy platform for Liechtenstein. We have made a significant political investment, developed our own profile, been an independent voice, and put forward our own initiatives, most recently the Veto Initiative. For us, the people and the government of Liechtenstein, the main purpose of the United Nations remains peace and security, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, in the immortal words of the UN Charter. It saddens me to say that this purpose has lost none of its relevance today. The aggression against Ukraine, planned and perpetrated by those who wield power in the Russian Federation, has not only destroyed the European security architecture, it has undermined the international legal order as such. And it has created a real risk and genuine fear of future illegal war-making, not just in our part of the world. After enjoying long decades of peace, which is much more than the absence of war, our people have been able to live in prosperity and with full respect for human rights. As a small state, without armed forces, the guarantor of our sovereignty is respect for international law, which the UN embodies like no other organization. Our unequivocal stance in support of Ukraine is thereof a commitment to the international order and ultimately to our own security. More than 2 years of brutal war of aggression have brought immeasurable human suffering, economic devastation of immense proportions, and environmental damage for decades to come. Many of these outcomes are, sadly, irreversible. But together, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to bring about a just peace. And indeed, there will be no peace without justice. Peace must therefore be based on the terms we have already set together in this hall. And it must ensure individual criminal accountability for those who have, willfully and unprovoked, initiated this war of aggression. This alone will ensure that there is a prospect for sustainable peace for Ukraine, but also for the region as a whole. This alone will give small states everywhere the confidence and belief that their sovereignty and territorial integrity will be protected and safeguarded here at the United Nations, while demonstrating that we are committed and able to fulfill the purpose that has brought us together in this organization. Mr. President, much of what we have done in recent years here in New York was driven by the belief that we must safeguard the role of the United Nations in maintaining peace and security. We support a strong Security Council, but see little indication that it will be able to come together in the way the current challenges require. Rather than criticizing and lamenting what is a political reality, we have to think about alternative avenues, avenues that do indeed exist. This assembly is the key platform in this respect. It has taken the lead on Ukraine, and it has adopted important decisions on the Gaza war. And under the terms of the veto initiative, which has resonated so strongly in this hall, it is given the option to act whenever the Council is paralyzed by a veto. The Pact of the Future has given us the necessary basis to continue what we have begun and to chart a new path for peace and security. Only in working together we will be able to deliver on this promise. Mr. President, for almost a year now, the situation in the Middle East has absorbed much of our attention. We have witnessed with horror the terrorist attack on the civilian population of Israel on the 7th of October. And we are shocked and appalled by the suffering of the civilian population of Gaza, the many thousands of innocent victims, a very large number of children among them, which is simply unacceptable. The protection of civilians is a key priority on the agenda of the United Nations. However, it seems to be a mere afterthought for those making the decisions on both sides of the conflict, whose actions cause human suffering and threaten stability in the region. We are deeply concerned about the next level of escalation between Israel and Hezbollah and join the call for a 21-day ceasefire in order to prevent a further conflagration in the region. Liechtenstein is a strong supporter of the two-state solution. As such, we prioritize the protection of all civilians affected in our response and in our decision-making. We have contributed humanitarian assistance to the civilian population. We have called for the full respect for international humanitarian law by all, and with that I call, again, for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We support the efforts by the International Criminal Court to investigate according to its mandate. The two-state solution, which enjoys an overwhelming support among all of us in this hall, was decided by this very assembly many decades ago. There is no other conflict where the United Nations has a clearer and longer-lasting responsibility. The end of the war in Gaza will only be one step in the long and difficult path to a two-state solution that allows Israel and Palestine to live together in peace and security in line with the right of self-determination of all peoples. Knowing that this will take time, it is even more important that all actors stop escalating the conflict further and that the human suffering ends today. The UN and each single member state need to live up to the goal we have set ourselves many years ago and bring this conflict to an end. Mr. President, the sovereign equality of all countries and respect for international law are key for all UN members to thrive, but for smaller ones, even more so. It is no surprise then that in this building, my country is known in particular for our clear and consistent stance in support of the rule of law. We are proud of the work we have done on international law. And it is a commitment we are determined to continue, especially as there is no doubt that international law is under attack from more sides and in more ways than ever before. Today, I call on you. I call on all of us to face this challenge as an opportunity, to come together and unite in a way that brings together all who need international law upheld for their survival and prosperity. All of whose best and sometimes only defense is that the rules governing the contact between states since 1945 are actually enforced. All of us who are willing to stand up for each other, driven by both solidarity and enlightened self-interest. Today, it is a moment for us to realize that we must not take the existence of the United Nations for granted, that this organization's foundation is rooted in international law, but also that it is us in this room that have the power and means necessary if we work together. Doom and gloom are not the hallmark of leadership. We are encouraged by the fact that small states in particular are increasingly standing up for the rule of law and against the rule of might. We are gratified to see that the International Court of Justice and its decisions is looked at for guidance in our decision-making in challenges ranging from the two-state solution to the applicability of the Genocide Convention to climate change. This is a good and, more importantly, a necessary time to be the change that we want to see in the world. Mr. President, we politicians have the privilege, the agency, and the voice that we have to use. This, in my view, comes also with the obligation to speak up for those who do not have a voice. In a shockingly literal sense, the women of Afghanistan do not have a voice at all anymore. I therefore want to speak up for them from this podium. The denial of even their most basic human rights must be completely unacceptable for this organization and its representatives. We will continue to demand that the United Nations lives up to its special obligation and supports action to fight this extreme case of gender persecution. We must also speak up against the brutal oppression of women in Iran. Women across the world have been speaking up as agents of change for many years. We must ensure those voices are amplified at the highest level. As experience has shown, we will get better results for everyone if we entrust leadership positions much more often to women. As many others, I believe that it is a credibility challenge for the United Nations that a woman has yet to lead this organization. After decades of talking about gender equality, the United Nations should shine as an example. Mr. President, we simply need to do what we have promised. On peace, the central mission of this organization, on gender equality, on human rights, on deterring aggression, and on ensuring accountability. The collective action so urgently needed today requires strong leadership, which is often lacking today. Leadership, whether by woman or man, comes with responsibility, accountability, and with the ability and willingness to listen to and work in the interest of those we represent. All of us that have had the privilege to speak from this podium have an obligation to present and future generations to deliver on the great hopes placed in our United Nations. Only then is this organization the singular place that serves the people of the world in their desire for world peace. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Malmer Stenergard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are gathered in this assembly while the world and this organization are facing major and existential challenges. We are gathered while we are witnessing an unprecedented number of armed conflicts, from Ukraine to Sudan, the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gaza. We are gathered while we are failing at our collective goal of maintaining international peace and security, of saving future generations from the horrors of war and from the disastrous consequences of underdevelopment and climate change. Mr. President, the UN Charter, the sovereign equality of all states, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the prohibition of the threat or use of force against any state is being challenged. We must stand by the Charter. Sweden's strong defense of international law, including the UN Charter, is based on the understanding that both our own security and that of other countries depends on it. Ensuring respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states, both large and small, is in our common interest. At its core lies the need for a global system that is open, predictable, and applies equally to all. In too many places around the world, including in Sweden's immediate neighborhood, we are witnessing the consequences of violations of the rules and principles we have all agreed to. Since the start of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2014, and with a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Russia has brutally invaded the territory of another UN member state. This Assembly has strongly and repeatedly condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine as a blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter. If a member of the Security Council is allowed to reap the fruits of aggression, the harmful impact will not stop with Ukraine. Russia's leadership will continue its attempts to impose its rule on neighboring countries. The territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states must serve as a basis for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. This was confirmed at the Peace Summit in Switzerland in June, which gathered some 100 delegations from all continents. Ukraine has made clear from the start that it wants a peaceful settlement based on the UN Charter. As President Zelensky rightfully said in his speech before this Assembly yesterday, there can be no just peace without Ukraine. Sweden's steadfast support for Ukraine's efforts to restore its sovereignty and territorial integrity will continue for as long as it takes. As a direct response to Russia's full-scale invasion, Sweden and Finland chose to join NATO. For Sweden's part, this represents a truly historic change, ending 200 years of military non-alignment. This was our decision to make because it is the right of each state to choose its own security policy path. Sweden's NATO membership gives us a new, crucial platform to defend the fundamental values of our foreign and security policy. We will apply the same principled approach in NATO as we do in the UN, the EU, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe. In other words, we will continue to defend international law, democracy, individual freedoms, human rights, and gender equality. Mr. President, Sweden has always defended the universal principles of sovereignty and the right to self-determination. In fact, Sweden has consistently supported countries struggling for liberty, independence, and democracy, not least in Africa. And we continue to be an engaged partner of African countries. To take just one example, I am deeply concerned about the situation in Sudan. More than 10 million people have been displaced, which roughly corresponds to the entire population of my own country. Safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access, an immediate ceasefire, and negotiations ensuring a return to civilian rule are urgently required. Therefore, Sudan is among the countries receiving the most humanitarian support from Sweden this year. Sweden remains a key partner and donor of UN humanitarian assistance, as well as of peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. Similarly, Sweden supports the ongoing peace efforts by the United Nations in Yemen, where we will continue to work with our partners for a principled and inclusive humanitarian response. The people of Yemen are looking to the international community for hope, for a way out of humanitarian despair. We must answer that call. Mr. President, we are also faced with the threat of a regional war, the consequences of which no one can predict. My country's long-standing commitment to peace efforts in the Middle East dates back to 1948 and the efforts of UN mediator Folke Bernadotte. Today, Sweden is one of the largest core donors to UN agencies and other organizations working to mitigate the immense suffering of the civilian population of Gaza. At the same time, Sweden stands up for Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international law, and we demand that the hostages be released. Israel is being threatened by Iran and its allies simultaneously on several fronts. Hezbollah's repeated attacks since October 8th have led to a dangerous military escalation. Sweden fully supports the efforts by the United States, France, and others to reach a diplomatic solution. A ceasefire would provide space for reaching a diplomatic settlement consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 1701, as well as the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2735 on a ceasefire in Gaza. In the longer term, Sweden, like the EU and the United States, believe in the idea of a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, freedom, and democracy. Mr. President, in order to address global challenges, we need to ensure that our aid helps to mobilize additional resources, not least private capital. Development assistance alone is not enough to build long-term wealth and welfare. It must go hand in hand with democracy, the rule of law, market development, trade, investments, and technology transfer. We see that clearly in the countries now leaving poverty behind. We must also redouble our efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda. Sweden is one of the world's most generous donors of development assistance. Through our development assistance, we are accelerating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve this, strong national ownership in partner countries and a broader approach to development cooperation among donors is needed. We must also step up the fight against corruption so that economic growth benefits the whole of society, not just a few. Mr. President, I can only note that women have been underrepresented as speakers this week at the general debate. Women make up 50% of the world's population, yet only 10% of speakers this week are women. There is, one could say, a lot of room for improvement in this regard. And I agree with the Secretary General that global opposition to gender equality is on the rise. That is why gender equality is a core value in Sweden's foreign policy. So let me say this, countries that stand up for women's and girls' rights are not only champions of freedom and human rights, they also benefit from broad labor market participation and economic growth. Respect for human rights, providing sexual and reproductive health and rights services, and empowering young women and girls are tangible contributions to advancing gender equality. This is what I want for the future of my daughter, Kaisa, and for the daughters of others too. Simply put, our free society must stand up against those who wish to exploit our freedom to restrict the freedom of others. Everyone must be able to live safely and freely, regardless of religious beliefs or personal convictions, regardless of skin color, and regardless of whom they love. To my government, this is of such importance that we have begun work on an action plan for equal rights and opportunities for LGBTQI people. Mr. President, the green and digital transition offers vast opportunities in terms of new jobs, increased growth, and improved livelihoods. Sweden aims to become climate neutral by 2045 at the latest. As early movers, we want to show that it's possible to reduce emissions while maintaining economic growth. At the same time, global ambitions on climate action and climate financing must be raised. Here as well, we are increasing our support even further and enhancing its effect, advancing innovative financial models to mobilize more private capital. Mr. President, the many crises in our world today have shed a harsh light on the need for reforms of our multilateral system. We need global governance structures that can withstand the challenges of our time and that are resilient against malevolent attempts to undermine the UN Charter. Action, implementation, and follow-up must be our approach as we look forward and take stock of the Summit of the Future and the pact adopted there. The UN Security Council, the body entrusted with the ultimate responsibility to maintain international peace and security, must be effective, transparent, and accountable. Sweden supports a balanced expansion of the Security Council to better reflect current global political and economical realities. This can be achieved by such means as adding new permanent and non-permanent seats, including for African countries. Sweden also supports the ongoing reform processes in multilateral development banks to increase the effectiveness and scale of financing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and implement the Paris Agreement. Another area where strengthened global governance is essential is outer space. Modern societies are becoming more and more dependent on space services, and the space environment is becoming increasingly congested and contested. Sweden is strongly committed to preventing an arms race in outer space and safeguarding the use of space for peaceful purposes. This includes all states' full compliance with existing international law, including the Outer Space Treaty. We will continue to promote the development of norms and rules for responsible behavior in space. Together with Zambia, Sweden is proud to have co-facilitated the Global Digital Compact. Through this framework, all member states have committed to strengthen international cooperation to close digital divides between and within countries and to establish the governance required for a sustainable digital future, including on artificial intelligence. Rest assured, Sweden will continue to fulfill its responsibility and be an active, engaged, and constructive multilateral actor. We will continue to be a close and demanding partner to the UN. We will constructively demand more efficiency, more coherence, more impact, more innovation. This is how we will achieve our shared ambitions for the future together. Mr. President, this is a moment of major existential challenges, but we must not allow anything to stop us from defending the fundamental principles that form the foundation of this organization. It is true that there are areas where international law needs to be developed to meet new challenges. However, it is equally true that hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty based on the norms, the purposes, and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Global health and well-being have reached unprecedented levels. People across the globe are enjoying justice, peace, freedom, and prosperity at levels unimaginable to previous generations. It is a legacy to be proud of, one that we must do everything that we can to uphold. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Maria Malmer Sterngård, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. It is now my honor and pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, dear Axel, it's actually a rare occasion where the person presiding the General Assembly and the person here at the rostrum are both Austrians. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we met in this hall last year, many, including myself, referred to the challenging times we were facing. A world riddled by uncertainty, growing divisions, and rising insecurity. a backsliding in hard-earned development gains, a backlash against the universality of human rights. Looking back on the past 12 months, we must admit that the sense of being in a permanent state of emergency has actually not decreased. On the contrary, it has even deepened. Russia relentlessly pursues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, a violation of the UN Charter, the most basic rules that we all in this room agreed upon, that still is shocking today. Yes, my country, Austria, is a militarily neutral country. But neutrality doesn't mean and never meant indifference. We know very well that a world in which Russia succeeds in shifting borders with tanks and rockets is a world a lot more dangerous to all of us. After 946 days, I can only repeat that, 946 days of unspeakable human suffering and destruction, it is high time to return to diplomacy. Nobody wants, nobody deserves peace more than the people in Ukraine, but a negotiated peace, not a dictate from Moscow. And my friends, actually I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by the conversations with many partners in this room I had over the last couple of weeks, some of them from far beyond Europe's borders. Encouraged that no matter where we stand, geographically, politically, or as far as ideology is concerned, we can all agree on the most basic principles of international laws, those principles enshrined in the UN Charter. They should be the bedrock of any negotiation leading to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine. And let me be very clear. There cannot be, and there shouldn't be, negotiations on Ukraine without Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Middle East, the barbaric terror attack of Hamas against Israel has brought a new dimension of devastation to a region not lacking in violence. Israelis are traumatized by the slaughter, torture, and sexual violence of October the 7th. Hostages are still being kept by the terrorists, including an Austrian father of 2 small children. And Palestinians in Gaza are facing starvation and disease in what can only be described as an humanitarian tragedy. All of this is truly heartbreaking. International humanitarian law, to be very clear, is non-negotiable. It applies everywhere, at all times, for everybody. The protection of civilians has to be and must be paramount. We need a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire to get the hostages out of Gaza and humanitarian aid into Gaza. And we need this ceasefire now. What we definitely don't need is any side adding fuel to the fire. It is wishful thinking to believe that the full-scale escalation between Israel and Hezbollah could be controlled. The result would be a firestorm engulfing the whole region and beyond. And in the end, everybody would lose. I still believe that there are enough reasonable voices and forces in the region wanting to work towards a political solution, a lasting political solution, a solution enabling us to continue with the normalization between Israel and the Arab world, a solution where we can finally realize the two-state solution. In my eyes, the only feasible and imaginable solution allowing Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security. Other crisis hotspots are equally disastrous, but they get too little public attention. In Sudan, famine looms for millions of people, but the generals care more about power than their own people. While in Haiti, stabilization is slow to come after a total collapse of the state. Amidst all of this, humanity itself is facing fundamental questions with accelerating climate change, environmental disasters, and the rise of artificial intelligence. Dear colleagues, there's no sugarcoating it. We are living in times of uncertainty, compounded by rising political, economic, and ideological tensions. We see shifts and cracks, bilaterally, regionally, and on multilateral level. I recently came across a statement that is very simple, but it is true. In the past, we actually believed that we knew our future. Well, my friends, this bubble of wishful thinking has burst once and for all. The pendulum is swinging from global integration towards global fragmentation. Isolation, protectionism, nationalism are on the rise, as zero-sum mentality is spreading, tempting us to divide partners and countries into either you're with me or you're against me, or even into ghosting or canceling others, as if foreign policy worked like social media. And around the globe, there are whole legions of doomsday prophets, forces at the fringes of the political spectrum, capitalizing on people's doubts and fears. The business model is quick fixes and apparent easy answers. Their agenda is sowing discord. And yes, Austria is no exception. Coming Sunday, we will have parliamentary elections in my country. And also in Austria, some political forces are offering tempting but false solutions, even deliberately echoing the narratives of those forces which are trying to weaken our open and pluralistic societies, which are working against a strong and united Europe. To counter this, we need a strong center. We need to keep our nerves. We have to stay on message. We need to make sure that this era of doubt and anxiety doesn't become an era of fear. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that fear is a poor guide, especially in politics. And yes, our global order is changing. And yes, the world has become more complex. Some would even say it has become more frightening. But I'm deeply convinced that we have to stand up and defend the rules-based international system. And we have to defend it with all means at our disposal. We must not be afraid to take a clear stance. It is worth being defended because it is and remains the best, and I would even say the only guarantee for our security, for our stability, and for our prosperity. For countries like Austria, it is paramount. We are dependent on this system, a system that respects the rule of law, a system that respects international law, a system that honors the principle of pacta sunt servanda, a system where might does not make right. And it is an illusion to believe that there's anything to gain from demolishing or undermining the rules-based international system. If we lose it, everybody in this room will lose. I'm not denying that we are in the midst of a systemic rivalry. There are some actors who consider open and democratic societies not only as a challenge, but even as a threat. However, in the face of the turmoil and upheavals of the last few years, societies based on freedom, pluralism, and individual rights have proven themselves stronger, more adaptive, more flexible, and more resilient than most of us even believed ourselves. What we need most now, ladies and gentlemen, in this moment is trust and confidence. Trust in our own capacities. Trust in our own principles. So my appeal today is very clear. Let us be more confident. in our own strength. Yes, Austria will always be ready to defend its own interests, its values, its principles. But at the same time, we will always have the courage to look for the middle ground, to search the compromise, because we know that defending our multilateral system, defending our rules-based international order, means to reform it. Our system of global governance is simply not delivering anymore. It is not inclusive enough. The Security Council, as it stands now, reflects a world that is long gone. And I believe it's actually unacceptable that we are held hostage so easily by the will of a handful of countries. We, as Austrians, and the Austrian government, we commit ourselves to making the Security Council more effective, more inclusive, and more accountable, including through our candidature for the non-permanent seat at elections in 2026. Austria will continue to champion a sensible and a pragmatic multilateralism based on our genuine will for compromise, for dialogue. Despite the current fragmentations of the global order, our world will simply remain interdependent. We will not be able to raise the drawbridges, to decouple, to cancel, to ghost, as some make us to believe. This is a magical thinking. We need to face the challenges and complexities of our times head-on and together, with a healthy dose of realism and more confidence in our own capacities, principles, and strength. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria, and also for the kind words directed to the Chair. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo André Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Presidente, Excelencias,
Mr. President,
Costa Rica
Excellencies, Costa Rica congratulates you upon your election to head up this General Assembly, and we reiterate our commitment to advance towards a more peaceful, fair, sustainable and inclusive world. We come to this session in the midst of the resumption of the arms race, an increase in geopolitical tensions and systematic violations of human rights and of the principles of international law. With these challenges, we have an expansion of violent conflicts from Africa to Europe and the Middle East, and on our continent, the growing presence of drug trafficking and international organized crime. We are also facing the triple planetary crisis and an increase in poverty, inequality, and widening gaps and asymmetries between countries and regions, and within countries and regions. Meanwhile, our collective responses remain timid, delayed and insufficient. None of these challenges can be solved by a single state or by a small group of them. Only through multilateralism, as the central approach for cooperation, will we be able to address them and overcome these challenges. With multilateralism at the core, please allow me to share 4 points. First of all, democracy, the rule of law, and the respect for human rights are pillars for the effective functioning of the multilateral system. Democracy is the political system that embraces everyone. In it, every voice finds its echo, and every person finds their place. It is the natural expression of the rule of law. Venezuela cannot be considered to be a democracy. A democracy does not expel 8 million of its citizens, nor does it cause an unprecedented migration crisis whose repercussions are being felt across the entire Western Hemisphere. Neither does it persecute or intimidate, nor does it imprison or torture people for political reasons. A democracy does not deny opposition representatives access to vote counting, nor does it declare itself without any proof or evidence the winner of the elections. Costa Rica, just like the vast majority of countries in the region, condemns the manipulation of the results and will continue to demand an impartial, transparent and independent verification. This is a verification that the Venezuelan regime has refused to carry out. There is no doubt that Nicolás Maduro did not win the elections, just as there is no doubt that he intends to cling on to power at all costs. Let us not allow repression and dictatorship in Venezuela to become the norm once again. This is not the only violation of democratic principles in my region. Thousands of people cross our northern border on a daily basis, fleeing the repression of a dictatorship that has lasted nearly 3 decades in Nicaragua. This is a dictatorship that has deprived them of their freedom, of their human rights, of their dreams, and even of their citizenship, making them stateless. Since Costa Rica is the first country in Latin America to grant nationality to stateless persons, we urge the international community to ramp up efforts to eradicate this condition of vulnerability. We also cannot continue to be indifferent to the situation in Haiti. The humanitarian crisis in this country has been met with minimal and immorally low responses from the international community. The $674 million required for the humanitarian needs and response plan represents only 0.03% of global military spending, which in 2023 reached $2.44 trillion. That's according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Allow me just to repeat that. 0.03% of global military spending. A tiny drop of hope in an ocean of militarization. Mr. President, violence and crime have grown at an alarming rate in the world, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are no exception. Criminal networks have consolidated into a complex phenomenon that knows no national borders. These organizations engage in illicit activities such as drug trafficking, the trafficking of people, smuggling of weapons and ammunition, and have found fertile ground for growth in the region, whether due to corruption, lack of opportunities for youth, or limited police capacity to counter them. The interconnection of these networks not only affects the security and well-being of local communities, but it also has global repercussions as their operations tend to extend across transit countries and into international markets. Faced with this reality, it's essential for the international community to adopt a coordinated and multilateral approach, promoting cooperation, information sharing, and strong legal measures to combat them. Only through joint effort will the structure of these organizations be able to be dismantled, and ultimately for peace and security to be reinstated in the region. And this brings me on to my second thought, my second point. At the heart of multilateralism lies peace, and there is no peace without justice. However, its heartbeat weakens with the escalation of conflicts in Gaza, in Lebanon, Ukraine, the Red Sea, Sudan, the Sahel, Yemen, Myanmar, and in Syria. These crises expose the fragility of our collective security system and demand that all parties to the conflict assume their obligations under international law, in particular international humanitarian law. Norms and principles must be respected without exception, in particular the protection of civilians and the principles of proportionality, limitation, distinction and humanity. For each and every one of these conflicts, Costa Rica reiterates its appeal to all of those involved for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, to guarantee safe, uninterrupted and unrestricted access to humanitarian assistance, and to free hostages and detainees, to withdraw troops from affected areas, and for a de-escalation of tensions. It's also urgent to comply in good faith with all decisions from international courts and from the Security Council, because without justice, there will be no lasting peace. While expressing our deep concern over the weakening of international humanitarian disarmament instruments, Costa Rica urges states to reverse this trend and to renew their efforts to ensure that civilians do not become victim to the use of weapons with indiscriminate effects. We also urge to avoid the use of explosive weapons in densely populated areas or their surroundings, and invite all states to participate in the upcoming international conference on the humanitarian consequences of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. This is going to take place next year in San Jose. However, we must go further. Costa Rica calls for a consensus on governance frameworks for artificial intelligence in both military and civilian spheres. These frameworks must regulate autonomous systems with transformative capabilities that operate without human intervention. The Global Digital Compact that we've just adopted puts the multilateral system in motion to deal with artificial intelligence and is key for research and development, not just for its applications. Thirdly, Costa Rica believes that the international financial architecture is at imminent risk of becoming obsolete in addressing current and future challenges. Therefore, we make the most vigorous call for an international financial system that is transparent, inclusive and sustainable. We require a financial architecture that meets the needs, does not perpetuate global inequalities, and addresses the pressing needs for access to finance. This financing must be sufficient and concessional with effective debt relief mechanisms for developing countries. Costa Rica recognizes the efforts of some international financial institutions to align their processes with transformation commitments, and we urge the states that make up the boards of the major international financial institutions to prioritize this urgent reform. We advocate for urgent capitalization of multilateral development banks, and we call for an increase in the use of new and innovative financing mechanisms, such as green and blue bonds, as well as the debt for ecosystem services swaps. Middle-income countries and economies in transition, like Costa Rica, need the international financial system to provide finance tools for development, and these tools must be up to our specific needs and flexible and tailored to the fiscal to our fiscal and structural circumstances. We hope that the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development will bring about concrete agreements and will show the political will necessary. Fourthly, and in order to ensure the well-being of future generations, multilateralism must also be blue. Costa Rica has developed strong blue diplomacy that recognizes the crucial role the ocean plays in the health of the planet. In order to have a habitable planet, we need a healthy ocean. It produces 50% of the oxygen that we breathe and is the largest source of protein in the world. It's the largest carbon sink and regulator of the climate. And 3 billion people worldwide depend on its biodiversity for their livelihoods. Therefore, it is urgent that the new High Seas Treaty, the BBNJ, comes into force, and that we deliver an ambitious treaty on plastics, so that we ensure that no mining on the seabed begins until there are guarantees that it will not have damaging effects on the marine environment. For the health of the planet and to respond to the multiple challenges that the ocean faces, I invite you all to participate in the third United Nations Oceans Conference, which will take place in June 2025 in Nice, hosted by Costa Rica and France jointly. Mr. President, the multilateral system is being tested, as we all know. Its renewal will depend on courageous leadership, innovative proposals, and our collective ability to honour the principles and norms of international law without double standards. Its renewal will be achieved when we manage to shift resources from the coffins of war to the foundations of peace. The time is now. This is a unique opportunity, and the call is urgent. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo Andre Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world of quick headlines and even quicker slogans. Take back control. My country first. Us against them. Slogans that paint the world in black and white. Slogans that want to make us believe things are very simple. That there's only one side that matters. Us against them. I come from a country where this logic, us against them, was taken to the worst extremes that humankind has ever seen. A murderous world war that killed millions. And the worst imaginable crime against humanity, the Shoah, the genocide of 6 million Jews. Dehumanized, murdered, just for being Jews. Murdered because of a Nazi ideology that would only accept the humanity of those they defined as Germans. After World War II, this institution here in New York was founded on the understanding that us against them leads to disasters. That the world needs a counter model, our UN Charter. A counter model to a world in which we only accept the humanity of ourselves, but not of others. A counter model that instead grants every country in the world the right to determine its own destiny. That casts a positive vision of our shared future. A vision of an international order that is based on rules, on the equality of every state and every human being, of cooperation instead of divisive nationalism, of a humanity that is indivisible. And these are not simple slogans. These are the principles we try to live up every day. Yet, living up to them is anything but simple. It demands hard work, maybe more than ever before. It needs empathy and solidarity, the opposite of my country first. It demands the will to put ourselves in the shoes of the other. It demands, especially in times of crises, the strength to recognize the other's pain, even if our own pain seems unbearable, and to find common ground despite all the things that divide us. It also means that we have to face the dilemma that the values of the Charter can at times appear to contradict each other, such as the inherent right to self-defense and the responsibility to protect civilians when civilians are misused as human shields. Resolving this is harder than simply exclaiming either or, us against them. Especially in our days of social media, where simple TikTok truths seem to blur out all complexity and nuance, sometimes even facts, as we see regarding the war in the Middle East. In its ruthless attack of October 7th last year, Hamas maimed and killed some 1,200 men, women, and children. To this day, the terrorists are holding more than 100 people, men, women, children, hostage, including German citizens, including children. At the same time, in Gaza, hungry, traumatized children are wandering the ruins of what used to be their homes, desperately searching for their parents under the rubble. Seeing all this with burning hearts, I guess it might be human that sometimes we are all tempted to fall emotionally for simple slogans, to only see one side when our hearts are burning. In addition, each of us is looking at this conflict from our own perspective and history. We need to respect that. But we must not stop there. Instead, we need to ask ourselves, what if this was me? If these were my children? In competition of pain, there can be no winners. This is how one of the hostage families put it. Humanity is universal. If in the darkest hour of her life, the mother of a murdered hostage finds the strength to see both sides, then we, as leaders of the countries around the world, who have the privilege to speak in this hall, should be capable of doing the same. Not to fall for quick slogans, but to rally around humanity in order to overcome this vicious circle of hate. Universal humanity means the rights of Israelis and Palestinians do not cancel each other out. And this is why my country stands by its commitment to the security of the State of Israel. and why at the same time we are working every day to end the hell for the children of Gaza. Because lasting security for Israelis will only be possible if there's lasting security for Palestinians. And the opposite is also true. Lasting security for Palestinians will only be possible if there's lasting security for Israelis. This is why we are not resting until the hostages are home. This is why we are working so hard for a ceasefire, the Biden plan, which was endorsed by the Security Council. While at the same time, together with our partners, we are working hard to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza. This is why I've been in the region 11 times since October. Germany alone has provided more than 360 million euro for humanitarian aid for Gaza, for the Palestinian families in Gaza since last October. And this is also why yesterday we came together with a group of countries to call for an immediately 21-day ceasefire along the blue line. Because a broader regional escalation would not bring anyone long-lasting security. And as, frankly speaking, sometimes frustrating the lack of progress is, and hurting, we are not giving up on seeking a political vision for Israelis and Palestinians to be able to live peacefully side by side in two states. For me, resignation is simply not an option, because that would mean that the playbook of terrorism and extremism carries the day. We need to recognize each other's pain, each other's interests, and yes, also listen openly to each other's complaints if we want to move forward. And if we do so, we might sometimes hear things we don't want to hear, our own shortcomings. Frankly, I remember how I called 2.5 years ago so many colleagues here in the room and around the world to ask for your support in standing up against Russia's imperial war in Ukraine. And how one of my colleagues said, "But where were you when we needed you, when we were attacked by the Houthis?" And others said, "You didn't stand with us in our anti-colonial struggle." And yes, that gave me a pause, because they had a point. And I firmly believe critical self-reflection of what we, or generations before us in our countries, have done wrong is actually to our benefit. Because the ability to learn from past mistakes makes societies stronger. And it is the only way to build a better future. That is why my country, Germany, has started to address our colonial past more thoroughly. The restitution of artifacts is a crucial element here. That is also why we are in the midst of an important reconciliation process with Namibia. Because we can't undo mistakes of the past. But we can unite for a better future. And we can choose that every day by our own action. Facing our colonial history, to me, means doing the right thing today. But it also means that we have to stand up to the imperialist atrocities we are witnessing in our days today. Russia does not have a better future in mind for Ukraine. Ukraine is an independent state. that gave up its nuclear arsenal in the 1990s because it believed in the principles and guarantees of this charter. And in its bodies, like the Security Council. 3 decades later, it is attacked by a P5 country. One of the countries that bears, as the charter says, the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Russia's war against Ukraine has destroying Ukrainian cities, schools, and hospitals for almost 1,000 days now. And it's ravaging the security order of my continent, Europe. Its ripple effects have been felt for so many here around the world. Many of you are feeling in your own countries the consequences in food prices and other things. And that is why I understand that some of you are asking, like in the Security Council 2 days ago, wouldn't the war be over if you Europeans just stopped providing Ukraine with weapons? There's nothing wrong with asking that, because we all wish for peace. But the idea that if there were no defensive weapons, there would be no fighting and no dying in Ukraine is as simple as it is wrong. We have seen that, and we have seen what happened in June when Ukraine invited Russia to an international peace summit. Instead of stopping his attack and coming to the negotiation table, Putin sent his response by bombing a children's hospital. As long as Putin is not willing to come to the negotiation table, stopping our support for self-defense would simply mean leaving Ukraine's children's hospitals defenseless. It would mean more war crimes, not less. Possibly in other countries too. Time and again within the last months, Putin's Russia has been toying with the invulnerability of the borders of the Baltic states and Poland. 2 weeks ago, it fired a missile against a civilian grain ship in Romanian territorial waters. This is why today I'm also asking your support. Your support in calling out on Putin to cease his attacks and to come to the negotiation table. Not only for our European security, but I think also in your own interest. If a permanent member of the Security Council is allowed to conquer and destroy its smaller neighbor, the very essence of this charter is under attack. If Russia stops attacking, the war is over. If Ukraine stops defending itself, Ukraine is over. And our charter. Sovereign equality, Article 2, Paragraph 1. Peaceful settlement of disputes, Article 2, Paragraph 3. The prohibition of the use of force, Article 2, Paragraph 4. And this is why we will continue to stand firmly with Ukraine and our charter, to achieve a peace that is just and lasting, with security guarantees. A peace that secures Ukraine's existence as a free and independent country. A peace that ensures Ukraine's and Europe's security. And by that, the security of all of us. Obviously, none of this is easy. For almost 1,000 days now, so many countries have been working for Ukrainian children to sleep in their beds again and not in air raid shelters. For almost a year, so many of us have been working to help end the suffering in the Middle East, in countless talks in the region, countless meetings in our UN bodies. And yes, sometimes I too feel like giving in to despair. But throwing up our hands in resignation, again, is not an option. Because then the logic of us against them takes over. And also, and this is important to me, we tend to forget one thing in these times of crisis. There is a lot we can and have already achieved as an international community every day, if we stand together, if we take each other's perspectives. To name only two striking latest examples, think about what we have achieved at the COP in Dubai only a year ago, when we saw what is possible when we overcome the us versus them, the industrial states against G77, the South versus the North. When we listened, instead, first of all, to those most affected by the climate crisis, to our SID partners, who have been telling us for decades that the climate crisis is threatening their very existence and is the biggest security threat in the whole world. When with more than 190 states, we finally agreed to signal the end of the fossil era at COP28. And we set up a loss and damage fund for the most vulnerable because it's just and fair. And we saw again what we can achieve just earlier this week when we passed here the Pact of the Future, of our future. It took tough negotiations, hundreds of hours of text works in conference rooms, overnight sessions, last-minute compromises for over 2 years. And many helped and didn't resign. Many helped along with us and partners, and from Namibia and so many others. But in the end, the vast majority of us found the strength to rally around what unites us. Rules instead of brute nationalism. Cooperation instead of division. A humanity that is universal. And it is in this spirit that Germany is running for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for 27-28. We are running as defenders of the Charter, of our shared principles. And that means that we also need to take a critical look at the status quo of multilateral institutions. Because in many ways, our multilateral system still reflects a time when hardly any of us here in the room had been born. When the striking number of 142 states represented in this hall today were not sitting at the table. That needs to change. And that's why we are working for a reform of the Security Council so that it better reflects the world we actually live in, that has a better representation of African countries. And yes, it is also totally unjust that at the two most important international financial institutions, there are only Europeans and Americans at the top. We need our institutions to be accepted by all of us. And for that, they need to represent all of us. And all of us, that is, not just men of the world. The one thing we definitely all have in common is this. Women make up at least 50% of every single country. But in 80 years of this organization, there has never been a female Secretary General. So if this organization calls for equality and justice in the world, it is long overdue for us to show it here in New York. So we probably all should already practice to say the words, Madam Secretary General, the floor is yours. Because the next Secretary General of the United Nations has to be a woman. Obviously, that alone will not immediately end all the remaining inequality for women in our own countries. In this General Assembly, we hail from all regions of the world, but none of us has reached full gender equality. And I think we can only achieve it together, by learning from each other and by speaking up for women's rights, not only in our own countries, but everywhere. Because women's rights are human rights, and nothing northern, western, eastern, or southern. They are universal. And none of us wants to be paid less than her male colleague for the same job. None of us wants to be raped. None of us wants to be arrested for showing our hair. No woman, and I would guess no men either. Because a life is a life. A Palestinian woman's life is a life, an Israeli man's life is a life. A Sudanese girl's life is a life, a Ukrainian boy's life is a life. Almost 80 years ago, the UN was founded for exactly that. On the realization that simple slogans, that us versus them, leads to disaster, that humanity is indivisible. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdallah Bouhabib, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigrants of Lebanon.
سيد الرئيس
Mr. President,
أطيب التهاني
I wish
لكم على
first and
انتخابكم
foremost
رئيسا
to
للدورة
congratulate
التاسعة
warmly
والسبعين
you
للجمعية العامة
upon
للأمم
your
المتحدة
election to the
متمنيا
helm of the
لكم
79th
النجاح
session
في
of the General
مهمتكم
Assembly of the
معربا
United
على
Nations. We
دعم
wish you every
لبنان
success,
الكامل لبرنامجكم
and we convey
الوحدة
to
في
you
التنوع
our full support
دفع السلام التنمية
for your
المستدامة
agenda,
والكرامة
unity and
الإنسانية.
diversity for the advancement of peace,
سيد الرئيس
sustainable development, and
يعيش
human
لبنان هذه
dignity
الأيام
for present and future
أزمة
generations.
تهدد وجوده
Mr. President, Lebanon is currently
ومستقبل
enduring a
شعبه
crisis which is threatening its very existence.
ورفاهيته
The future of our
وتتطلب
people
تدخلا دوليا عاجلا
and our
قبل أن
prosperity
تخرج الأمور
are
عن
imperiled.
السيطرة
This is a situation that
وتتساقط
requires international
أحجار
intervention
الدومينو
on an
المترابطة
urgent basis before the
ويتحول
situation
العجز من
spirals out of control
احتوائها وإطفائها
with a domino
إلى ثقب
effect,
أسود يبتلع
making
السلم
this
والأمن
crisis
والإقليميين
impossible to
والدوليين
contain.
فالوضع المتأزم
Just
في
as it will
لبنان
be impossible to extinguish the
ينظر
flames of this crisis,
بالأسوأ
which
لكل
will
الشرق
transform
الأوسط
into a black
في حال
hole that
استمرار
will
الأمور على
engulf
حالها
regional and international
بوقوف
peace and security.
العالم
The
متفرجا.
crisis in Lebanon
سيد الرئيس
threatens
بداية
the entire Middle East with the
نرحب
worst if
بالبيان
the
الذي
situation
صدر
remains as it
البارحة عن
currently is,
الولايات
and if the
المتحدة
world
الأمريكية
remains
وفرنسا
immobile.
والمدعوم
Mr.
من
President,
دول
we welcome
صديقة
the
لإتاحة
declaration delivered yesterday by the United
فرصة
States and by
للهدوء
France, and
طويل
supported by a
الأمد
number of
يعطي
friendly
استقرارا على
states,
الحدود
offering the
النازحين إلى
possibility
منازلهم.
of
كما
long-term
نطالب
calm, helping to
باتخاذ
ensure the
كل
restoration of stability along the
الإجراءات
border,
اللازمة
as well as the
لوضعه
return of displaced
موضع
persons.
التنفيذ.
Furthermore, we demand that all possible measures be adopted for this declaration to be implemented. What we are currently experiencing in Lebanon is a consequence of the absence of a lasting sustainable solution. It is not the cause of an absence of a sustainable solution. The cause is the occupation, and we wish to reiterate this explicitly. The cause is the occupation. To claim anything else would be a loss of time. So long as the occupation persists, there will be instability and there will be war. We have repeatedly, on numerous occasions through the United Nations, we have striven to resolve border disputes with Israel. However, Israel has continuously eluded the issue and disregarded the matter. This is a difficult situation which we are experiencing, and in light of this, we are increasingly committed to international law. We are seeking refuge in the decisions under international law. To that end, Lebanon has contributed to the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights through one of our children, Shalmalek. And despite the inability of the United Nations to protect us from the Israeli aggression up until now, we remain committed to the role of this organization as a front line of defense in the face of occupation, violence, devastation, and oppression. Today, we desperately need the United Nations to play its role as a refuge for small countries who have been victimized by aggression. These countries include my homeland, Lebanon. Since this tragedy which we've experienced broke out, since this bitter reality, we have observed that dialogue is an alternative to the language of weapons to resolve conflict. We have demonstrated our ability to be a reliable partner in building consensus, as was the case in October 2022, when the maritime borders were delimited between Lebanon and Israel. This is the best proof of our commitment to negotiations for peaceful dispute resolution. Furthermore, we proposed that during 2 Security Council meetings, the most recent one was held on the 17th of June last, and this topic addressed was the situation in the Middle East. We proposed an integrated framework to achieve a lasting pacification in the border south of Lebanon, and we wish to reiterate today our call for a ceasefire on all fronts, for this to be an opportunity and a prerequisite towards the full-fledged implementation of Resolution 1701 of the United Nations Security Council, which has been effective in establishing a relative degree of stability in the south of Lebanon since the end of the July 2006 war up until 7 October 2023. We, moreover, are counting on the support of the international community, and specifically on the support of friendly countries in reinforcing the deployment of the Lebanese army in the south of the Litani River, and delivering the necessary equipment to ensure that troop levels can be increased in the wake of the launch by the state of a conscription campaign as part of a clear commitment to the implementation of Resolution 1701. In this regard, there will be no weapons without the consent of the Lebanese government, and there will be no other authority than that of the Lebanese government, as is stipulated in the above-mentioned resolution. Our demand to secure support is not merely a reflection of our commitment to honoring our commitments under Resolution 1701. This is also our confirmation of the importance, reaffirmation of the importance of cooperation and support from the international community to surmount security-related challenges in order to bolster peace and security in the region. We are all cognizant of the economic crisis that has been plaguing our country, and despite this, our government has taken a decision for 100,000 additional soldiers to be deployed to the south of the country. And this This is not a mere detail. Quite the contrary, this is a clear political message to the international community, reflecting the fact that Lebanon fully intends to implement Resolution 1701, to which we are wedded. And even at the worst times, including the present, we are not standing idly by. We are mobilizing our efforts at the highest level to protect our people, our national institutions, as well as our sovereignty. Mr. President, among the most significant provisions of Resolution 1701, emphasizing the internationally recognized borders of Lebanon delimited between Lebanon and Palestine in 1923, reaffirmed in the Lebanese-Israeli truce agreement signed on Island of Rhodes in 1949, under the supervision of the United Nations. This will be achieved with the agreement on 13 points that are source of discord, and pursuant to this, Israel will withdraw from all Lebanese regions that it has occupied and continues to occupy in the direction of the internationally recognized border. We wish to reiterate our commitment to the role of UNIFIL, the peacekeeping force which is active in the south of Lebanon. And since its inception, it has significantly contributed to stability and peace in the region. Up until 8 October 2023, there had been no grave incident threatening regional peace and security that had been recorded. And we wish to take this opportunity to thank UNIFIL for the tremendous sacrifice it has made in light of the tremendous challenges it has been facing, in particular over the past recent months, as well as specifically in recent days. Mr. President,
القتال منذ أكثر من 75 عاما فإننا نراها تجنح أكثر فأكثر نحو التطرف. فأخطر التحديات اليوم التي يواجهها لبنان يتمثل في العدوان المتدحرج حيث اتسعت مؤخرا رقعة الحرب لتشمل عمق المناطق اللبنانية كما يزيد من قلقنا التدمير الممنهج الذي تتعرض له القرى الحدودية اللبنانية والعقاب الجماعي للسكان وحرق الأراضي الزراعية بالفوسفور الأبيض وجعلها غير قابلة للاستثمار لسنوات طويلة. وقد شاهدنا
unusable for many years. We in recent days have borne witness to a detestable, repugnant example of the transformation of telecommunications devices. Civilian devices were transformed into ticking time bombs that were deliberately and simultaneously blown up, thereby claiming the lives of dozens, including children, including women, resulting in thousands of people being wounded, hundreds of whom are in critical condition, in addition to hundreds who were disfigured, maimed, who lost limbs, who lost their vision. From this rostrum, we reiterate our warning against this aggression, this continuously intensifying this attempt to play with fire, to plunge the entire Middle East into a conflagration. We reiterate our rejection of war, our legitimate right to defend ourselves pursuant to the Charter of the United Nations and international law. This goes hand in hand with our tireless efforts through our contacts and meetings to avoid falling into the trap of the Israeli occupying power, which is attempting to extend and prolong the war. Mr. President, the return of Israeli displaced persons to their cities and their settlements cannot be achieved through war, cannot be achieved through bombardment, fighting, hostilities, or the displacement of Lebanese people. The shortest path for their return is a comprehensive, immediate ceasefire, as stipulated in the
U.S. the declaration, which was from yesterday supported by friendly states, a full implementation of Resolution 1701 as part of a comprehensive framework accompanied by clear international guaranteed, transparent, and a definitive end to land, sea, and air incursions and breaches of Lebanese sovereignty and our borders, our internationally recognized borders. This is necessary. These violations have exceeded, there have been more than 35,000 such violations since 2006. متى سيحين الوقت كي تعطي إسرائيل فرصة حقيقية للسلام؟
Has Israel not had enough of the endless war since 1948? When will it be time for Israel to give a real opportunity for peace? Will Israel not embrace the path of peace? When will this happen instead of using the language of fire and steel? Lebanon and Arab countries have clearly, without any ambiguity, categorically embraced peace through the Arab Peace Initiative, which was the fruit of the Beirut Arab Summit in 2002.
مطالبتهم بتطبيق قرارات الأمم المتحدة التي بقيت للأسف حبرا على ورق. والآن على إسرائيل كل إسرائيل حكومة وشعبا أن تريد فعلا السلام وتختاره بدلا من الحرب وأن تتخطى وجهة الأمنية إن كسر دوامة العنف في المنطقة ووقف التصعيد واحتمال انفجار الشرق الأوسط برمته يستلزم أيضا العمل الجماعي ضمن إطار زمني ومحدد وبضمانات واضحة للاعتراف بالحقوق المشروعة وبمقدمتها حق تغيير المصير وفقا لقرارات الشرعية الدولية ذات الصلة فلا سلام من دون حل الدولتين مهما طال الزمان. سيد الرئيس ختاما نجدد دعوتنا لإيجاد حل مستدام وتطبيق كامل متوازن لقرار مجلس الأمن 1701 وإظهار حدودنا البرية المعترف بها دوليا بما يجنب لبنان والمنطقة مزيد من الحروب والخراب. إننا نمر بفترة صعبة للغاية
warfare and destruction. We are at a very difficult time, marred by a tragic escalation of violence in Lebanon. From the heart of the conflict, the resolution 1701 of the Security Council is the primary line of defense for Lebanon. This resolution is not merely a document, not merely a framework for international action. No, this is a commitment on the part of the international community to safeguard regional peace and security. We cannot deviate from this process insofar as this is the legal diplomatic bedrock guaranteeing the protection of Lebanese and regional security. Respecting this resolution is absolutely necessary, not just for Lebanon, but for Israel too, and for the region as a whole. This is the best tool at the disposal of the international community to break this cycle of violence, to ensure that diplomacy prevails despite the difficulties and despite the fact that the path ahead is difficult. The cost of a diplomatic failure will be very high. For this reason, we must bear in mind that with each new wave of violence, there's unimaginable suffering endured particularly by civilians. Any civilian killed is a tragedy that is unacceptable, and there's no justification for this. When civilian areas are targeted systematically, as is currently the case in Lebanon,
ولا شيء يمكن أن يبرر القتل العشوائي للأبرياء ولكن بينما نحن نتحدث عن الموت والدمار يجب علينا أيضا أن نركز على إيجاد الحلول إن الوقت ينفذ من الأهمية بمكان أن نجد مسارا سياسيا دبلوماسيا للخروج من هذه الأزمة المتفاقمة والسبيل الوحيد للمضي قدما هو التوصل إلى حل سياسي يجب علينا أن نفكر معا حول كيفية الخروج سياسيا من هذه الأزمة بدلا من الغرق أكثر في عسكرة الصراع وتعميقه وإطالته. الدبلوماسية ليست دائما سهلة، ولكنها الطريق الوحيد لإنقاذ الأرواح والأبرياء والأوطان. ولبنان مصمم على السير على هذه الطريق. لبنان يرى في المبادرة الأمريكية الفرنسية بدعم دول صديقة أخرى فرصة لالتقاط الأنفاس وفتح ثغرة في قوة هذه الأزمة لعل إسرائيل تلتقطها على الدبلوماسية أن تنجح. لا خيار آخر لدينا. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
Muchísimas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Emigrantes del Líbano. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Elmer Chiales Salcedo, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, distinguidas delegadas y delegados de las naciones del mundo, tengo el privilegio de dirigirme a esta Asamblea General trayendo el saludo especial y respetuoso de la señora Presidenta Constitucional de la República, doctora Dina Boluarte Segarra, quien hubiera querido estar con ustedes y poder dirigirse a esta magna Asamblea General. Me honra hacer llegar la voz de mis compatriotas peruanas y peruanos que, con su esfuerzo diario, aspiran a una vida digna y a legar un futuro promisorio para sus hijas e hijos. El Perú, como el resto del mundo, se ha esforzado denodadamente en mitigar los efectos nocivos de la inestabilidad política y de la crisis económica derivada de la pandemia de COVID-19, que generaron un costo inestimable en la sociedad peruana, en particular sobre los sectores más vulnerables. Por ello, el gobierno de la presidenta Boluarte se encuentra trabajando intensamente con el objetivo de recuperar el ritmo de crecimiento económico, buscando destrabar proyectos paralizados y atrayendo inversión extranjera para desarrollar grandes obras de infraestructura con capacidad de generar empleo digno y de calidad, y de esta manera contribuir directamente al desarrollo nacional. Hoy podemos decir que se están viendo los primeros resultados de estos esfuerzos y que el Perú ha recuperado la ruta del crecimiento y la estabilidad. Nos queda un largo camino por recorrer. El Perú y todos los países del mundo nos enfrentamos a una serie de desafíos compartidos que solo podremos superar mediante la cooperación internacional y la armonización de nuestros esfuerzos. Por ello, el Perú reitera su apego al multilateralismo por ser la mejor herramienta que tenemos para lograr de mutuo acuerdo las condiciones necesarias para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible. La primera de estas condiciones es sin duda alguna la paz. Los países que creamos esta organización al término de la Segunda Guerra Mundial lo hicimos para, y abro comillas, preservar las generaciones venideras del flagelo de la guerra. Cierro comillas. La realidad actual nos muestra que estamos fallando en este propósito fundamental. El Perú condena todo uso de la fuerza en las relaciones internacionales. La agresión y la adquisición de territorio por la fuerza es contraria a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y al derecho internacional. a la vez que socava la legitimidad y efectividad de nuestro sistema de seguridad colectiva. La paralización del Consejo de Seguridad ante algunos conflictos y la aplicación de sesgos y dobles estándares en otros nos recuerda la necesidad de reformar dicho órgano y revisar las prerrogativas de sus miembros permanentes, principalmente el derecho de veto, el cual a veces responde a motivaciones políticas antes que atender cuestiones humanitarias. Señor Presidente, desde esta Asamblea General, el Perú seguirá realizando acciones concretas en favor de la paz. Continuaremos respaldando los regímenes e iniciativas de desarme, control de armamentos y de no proliferación nuclear. Seguiremos apoyando la eliminación total de las armas nucleares al tiempo que rechazamos los ensayos, el empleo y cualquier tipo de amenaza de su uso. Si bien esperamos que el desarme nuclear sea internacionalmente verificable, hacemos un llamado a los principales poseedores de armas nucleares a reiniciar sus compromisos bilaterales de reducción de sus respectivos arsenales, tales como el Tratado New START. En el terreno, el Perú continuará contribuyendo con las operaciones de paz de la ONU, como lo hace desde 1958, contribuyendo con más de 10.000 efectivos. Actualmente, más de 250 miembros de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas y Policía Nacional se encuentran desplegados bajo los colores de las Naciones Unidas, cumpliendo sus funciones con profesionalismo, valor y dedicación. Asimismo, hemos puesto a disposición una fuerza de reacción rápida, efectivos con la capacidad inmediata para ser desplegada cuando y donde la ONU lo requiere. El Perú reconoce el importante rol que juegan las mujeres en la agenda de paz y seguridad. Por ello, es grato anunciar que hemos superado ampliamente las metas establecidas en la estrategia de paridad de género para el personal uniformado de las Naciones Unidas 2018-2028 y que seguiremos aumentando el porcentaje de militares peruanas desplegadas en operaciones de paz. Señor Presidente, la segunda condición para el desarrollo es un medio ambiente limpio y saludable. El cambio climático, la pérdida de biodiversidad y la contaminación constituyen amenazas interconectadas que comprometen la supervivencia de generaciones presentes y futuras. La alta vulnerabilidad del Perú a los efectos adversos del cambio climático motiva que esta sea un tema prioritario para nuestra política exterior. Por ello, junto a otros países, hemos solicitado a la Corte Internacional de Justicia que se pronuncie sobre las obligaciones internacionales de los Estados en materia de cambio climático. El año pasado, mi país se vio afectado por el ciclón Yaku y el fenómeno de El Niño, los que causaron pérdidas humanas y cuantiosos daños materiales. Al respecto, quiero expresar mi agradecimiento al sistema de Naciones Unidas por apoyar las acciones de mi gobierno para asistir a la población afectada. Conscientes del incremento de la frecuencia e impacto de estos fenómenos debido a la crisis climática, mi gobierno, el gobierno de la presidenta Boluarte, ha impulsado la adopción de un enfoque preventivo en materia de gestión de riesgo de desastres en línea con la iniciativa Alertas Tempranas para Todos del Secretario General y el marco de Sendai. Asimismo, conscientes de la necesidad de desarrollar una economía baja en carbono y promover un cambio de matriz energética que privilegie las energías limpias y renovables, el gobierno del Perú viene actualizando la Estrategia Nacional de Cambio Climático a fin de alcanzar la neutralidad de carbono para el año 2050. Sin embargo, estos esfuerzos nacionales no son suficientes. Resulta indispensable incrementar la cooperación internacional, siempre atendiendo al principio de responsabilidades compartidas, pero diferenciadas en la acción climática. Los países desarrollados deben adoptar metas más ambiciosas de reducción de emisiones y honrar sus compromisos en materia de financiamiento climático, lo que incluye movilizar como mínimo $100.000 millones anuales a los países en desarrollo e implementar el Fondo para Pérdidas y Daños acordado en la COP27 de la Convención sobre el Cambio Climático. Asimismo, urge garantizar el financiamiento del Fondo Verde para el Clima, el cual nos ha permitido avanzar en nuestras labores de adaptación y mitigación. Señor Presidente, nuestro principal reto es garantizar el desarrollo para nuestros pueblos y contamos con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible para guiar nuestro trabajo. Lamentablemente, el último informe del Secretario General sobre los progresos hacia el logro de los ODS revelan que no vamos por buen camino. El Perú está comprometido con la Agenda 2030. Por ello, hemos aumentado en más de 10% los recursos asignados al cumplimiento de los ODS. Al respecto, quisiera destacar las acciones que venimos desarrollando en 3 ejes prioritarios para el Perú: la salud, la educación y la protección social. Salud. Frente a la más grande epidemia de dengue que ha enfrentado América Latina, en el Perú se han adoptado acciones rápidas que permitieron disminuir su letalidad a la mitad en comparación con la epidemia anterior. Y actualmente venimos actualizando nuestras estrategias de prevención y control del dengue conforme a las directivas de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Educación. En la búsqueda de brindar una educación de calidad, hemos puesto énfasis en la capacitación docente y estamos fortaleciendo la formación técnica en los niveles secundario y superior, con el objetivo de asegurar la inserción laboral de nuestros jóvenes. Además, hemos puesto en marcha un ambicioso programa de inversiones para cerrar las brechas de infraestructura educativa, protección social. El tercer eje prioritario es la protección social para el desarrollo. Conscientes de la necesidad de robustecer nuestra seguridad alimentaria y reducir la incidencia del déficit calórico, hemos incrementado el presupuesto del programa de complementación alimentaria, que apoya a los más vulnerables mediante comedores populares y albergues, en coordinación con gobiernos locales y el sector privado y la sociedad civil. Desde el lado de la oferta productiva, hemos ejecutado acciones para incrementar la productividad y la sostenibilidad agrícola, principalmente fomentando la agricultura familiar. Contamos con una serie de programas sociales para luchar contra la pobreza y la exclusión social. También contamos con diversas políticas públicas para el empoderamiento de las mujeres y las niñas, así como para protegerlas de la violencia machista, incluyendo programas de autonomía económica. La protección social que se implementa en el Perú contempla la lucha contra la discriminación y el racismo y garantiza los derechos colectivos de los pueblos indígenas y las personas afroperuanas, así como la prestación de servicios con un enfoque intercultural, dada nuestra condición de país multicultural, pluriétnico y multilingüe. Sin embargo, como ya he señalado, los esfuerzos a nivel nacional no bastan. Se requiere que los países desarrollados cumplan con sus promesas de asistencia y financiamiento a efectos de reducir la brecha presupuestal para hacer frente a las múltiples necesidades. Debemos avanzar hacia una reforma urgente de la arquitectura financiera internacional a fin de contar con un sistema más inclusivo y más más equitativo. Para ello resulta fundamental revisar la forma en que medimos el progreso, dejando de lado como único elemento a considerar las frías cifras del Producto Bruto Interno, el cual, como bien sabemos, no mide la desigualdad, ni el bienestar, ni la sostenibilidad ambiental de los países. Saludamos por ello la inclusión en el Pacto del Futuro de una iniciativa para desarrollar nuevos indicadores multidimensionales del progreso, a efecto de canalizar de manera más eficiente e inclusiva la cooperación internacional, incluyendo en dichos flujos a los países de renta media como el Perú, en los que persisten bolsones de pobreza y de exclusión. Señor Presidente, la lucha contra la pobreza en todas sus formas y dimensiones, incluida la pobreza extrema, sigue siendo el mayor desafío mundial y debe ser la máxima prioridad para todos nuestros países. Como he señalado, en mi país se vienen ejecutando diversos programas como Juntos o Pensión 65 y Contigo, con el objetivo de reducir la pobreza monetaria y la pobreza extrema generada por la pandemia del COVID-19, así como brindar servicios básicos de inclusión social en favor de los sectores menos beneficiados. Quisiera anunciar que el Perú presentará ante esta Asamblea General, como cada 2 años, un proyecto de resolución titulado Los derechos humanos y la extrema pobreza, en el que alentamos a los Estados miembros a adoptar políticas de protección social más ambiciosas por considerar que la extrema pobreza y la exclusión vulneran la dignidad humana. Señor Presidente, nos enfrentamos también a nuevos desafíos derivados del avance de las nuevas tecnologías, cuyas potencialidades y beneficios vienen acompañados de múltiples peligros, así como desafíos éticos y morales sin precedentes. Las redes sociales, que nos han permitido estar más comunicados, también son utilizadas para propagar desinformación y discursos de odio, para ejercer violencia y acoso, particularmente contra las mujeres. Las compañías tecnológicas almacenan información personal de millones de personas, lo que nos lleva a debates sobre el derecho a la privacidad y los riesgos de vigilancia masiva por parte de los gobiernos. La inteligencia artificial, que se presenta como un elemento positivo para nuestra vida diaria, facilita también la propagación de campañas de desinformación que tienen como propósito manipular la opinión pública, especialmente en periodos electorales, desestabilizando así a nuestras democracias. Tenemos la responsabilidad colectiva de garantizar que las nuevas tecnologías se desarrollen y utilicen con pleno respeto a la dignidad, a la libertad y los derechos de todas las personas. Por ello es necesario definir principios y marcos reguladores claros para la gobernanza digital. Saludamos en ese sentido el Pacto Digital Mundial adoptado en la Cumbre del Futuro. Señor Presidente, el compromiso del Perú con los derechos humanos y la democracia es inquebrantable. Estos son los valores fundamentales que sustentan a la sociedad peruana y orientan a nuestra política exterior. El Perú cuenta con una larga tradición de respeto y promoción de los derechos humanos, la cual se traduce en nuestra participación en innumerables tratados e instrumentos internacionales sobre la materia y en la estrecha colaboración con las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones internacionales que han visitado nuestro país y a las que siempre se les ha brindado todas las facilidades. La fuerte convicción democrática del pueblo peruano guía nuestra firme política exterior en defensa de la democracia representativa en el continente americano y en contra de cualquier intento de desconocer la voluntad popular. la falta de libertad y métodos democráticos de participación política, sumado a la represión y falta de oportunidades, generan masivos flujos migratorios y de refugiados que generan presiones y tensiones sociales en los países de acogida, principalmente si estos no cuentan con la capacidad económica de absorber a estas personas. Por ello, renovamos nuestro compromiso con el proceso tendiente a alcanzar un instrumento global, vinculante, que facilite una migración segura, ordenada y regular, que cuente con un enfoque de derechos humanos centrado en las personas, que brinde predictibilidad y proteja a los migrantes de las organizaciones de crimen transnacional dedicados al tráfico y a la trata de personas. Los pilares de la política exterior del Perú que acabo de escribir sustentan la grave preocupación por la situación en Venezuela, en especial desde el proceso electoral que se produjo el pasado 28 de julio en ese país. Los resultados programados oficialmente no han cumplido con la obligación legal venezolana de mostrar con transparencia e imparcialidad las actas originales del escrutinio y, por tanto, no reflejan legítimamente la voluntad popular de la ciudadanía venezolana. El Perú no reconoce tales resultados oficiales. Señor Presidente, a lo largo de su historia, el Perú ha mantenido una política exterior comprometida firmemente con el multilateralismo, la defensa del derecho internacional y la promoción de la solución pacífica de las controversias, principios fundamentales de la Carta de esta organización. Esta tradición diplomática explica nuestro histórico compromiso con las Naciones Unidas. Recordamos las contribuciones realizadas por personajes de la talla de Víctor Andrés Belaúnde, quien presidió esta asamblea, de José Luis Bustamante Rivero, presidente de la Corte Internacional de Justicia, y por supuesto de Javier Pérez de Cuellar, quinto secretario general de esta organización y quien representa una inspiración para todos los miembros de nuestro servicio exterior. En una época marcada por las críticas a los alcances del multilateralismo, ese legado nos compromete a mantenernos activos en la promoción de un multilateralismo eficaz que nos permita responder de manera conjunta a los enormes desafíos que demandan nuestra acción colectiva en ámbitos tan diversos como garantizar la paz y la seguridad internacional, proteger el medio ambiente y mitigar el cambio climático, asegurar los medios de implementación para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible y propiciar una regulación de las nuevas tecnologías. Puede usted contar, señor Presidente, con el decidido apoyo del Perú para alcanzar los consensos necesarios que nos permitan avanzar en esta tarea de alcance global. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú. Hemos escuchado la última intervención en el debate general de esta sesión. Continuaremos el debate general mañana a las 9 horas en este mismo salón. Se levanta la sesión.